Chapter 1168. After hearing the number that Printos said, and looking at the endless march of the Dionysian army in front of them, the counselors of Arcadia felt that even if the number that Printos said was exaggerated, it should not be too far off. Hence, the councilmen's attention towards Dionia was raised to a whole new level. Some of them even temporarily suppressed their other thoughts. General Clodo Catax, let me introduce you to the counselors of our alliance. Lycomed's voice broke the sudden silence. That's great. Clodo Catax smiled and nodded. This is Meletus of Mandinia. Nice to meet you. Clodo Catax's expression was sincere, his words were sincere, and his behavior was elegant. He left a good impression on the counselors who introduced him, and the atmosphere became friendly. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the counselors, followed by complaints. Hey, you too. Don't be in such a hurry to push forward. I'll introduce you later. Lycomedes was stunned. He quickly looked behind him, wanting to know who was so rude and embarrassing the alliance. Suddenly, he heard a shout, "Your Highness, be careful." Then he saw the guards on both sides of the Dionia commander in front of him suddenly rush forward. At the same time, the two counselors beside him were violently pushed to the ground, and, at the same time, he was also pushed to the ground. Someone rushed out from the back and stepped on his hand when he landed. But he endured the pain and hurriedly shouted, "Be careful! There's an assassin!" Two people rushed out from the crowd with shining daggers in their hands and fiercely rushed towards Clodo Catax. Two palace guards were already in front of him, and they drew their swords and stabbed at the assassin. One of them was immediately stabbed, and the other burly assassin slightly tilted his body to avoid being hit in the vitals, and forcibly took the blow. Then, using the momentum of his forward charge, he knocked away the guards in front of him. At this moment, Printos, who was at the side, kicked the assassin's ankle. He immediately fell forward, and the dagger that was stuck in his sternum pierced through his chest. The assassin immediately stopped breathing, and the dagger in his hand fell to the feet of Clodo Catax. Clodo Catax had experienced several assassinations like this, but this one was just a little more dangerous. His expression was still calm. He picked up the dagger and looked at it, then pushed away the long shield that the guards gave him and thanked the guards and Printos who stopped the assassin. When I was young, I came from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. It's rare for me to have a chance to fight against an enemy. Printos purposely said jokingly, trying to make him feel more relaxed. Clodo Catax quickly went forward to help Lycomedes up. In the process, the palace guards behind him rushed forward with swords and shields in their hands and surrounded the dozens of councilmen of the Arcadia Union who were in a panic. After Lycomedes got up, he did not have the time to thank them, nor did he care about the pain in his right hand. He ran toward the two assassins on the ground, but he was stopped by the guards. "Let me see them! Let me see them!" Lycomedes shouted anxiously. Clodo Catax nodded, indicating his agreement. Lycomedes first looked at the assassin who was pierced by a sharp sword, then looked at the assassin whose neck was cut and bleeding profusely. The assassin was on the verge of losing consciousness, and he kept mumbling. Lycomedes did not care about the blood staining Bolton, and went closer to listen carefully. "The Lord of the Gods, Zeus above, the great and merciful, Zeus bless, the Lord of the Gods, Zeus above." As the assassin was on the verge of death, he did not dare to ask loudly. Instead, he frowned and thought for a while, then turned around and said to Clodo Catax with a serious face, "Please believe us. We, the Arcadia Union, will not assassinate our allies just after we form an alliance." Clodo Catax looked at the panicking councilmen of the Arcadia Union, and without any hesitation, he walked forward and said loudly, "I believe you. The allies of Dionia, I'm afraid that some forces are afraid of seeing us form an alliance, so they use such a despicable method to make us suspect each other." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the palace guards immediately put away their swords and shields and began to retreat, but there were still guards on both sides of Clodo Catax. Lycomedes breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the councilman and said loudly, "Agilus, come here and see if you know these two assassins." I heard their accent just now, and I think they are from the west. That's impossible. Agilus walked out of the crowd and looked angrily at Lycomedes, but he still quickly walked to the two assassins and carefully identified them. Then he lay on the ground and listened. Finally, he stood up and said confidently to Clotocatax, "These two assassins are definitely not from Oconus, but I can roughly guess where they are from." "Where?" Lycomedes asked anxiously. Agilus said with a slightly complicated expression, "It should be near the Olympia. The people there address Zeus differently." "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember." Lycomedes suddenly understood. He hesitated for a moment, then said to Clotocatax, "These two assassins are probably sent by the Pisans because they are loyal allies of the Sparta, but could also be the decision of the Olympia people." Although Lycomedes did not finish his words, Clotocatax already understood what he meant. Because Dionia had Hades as the guardian of the kingdom and also worshipped him as the lord of the Greek gods, this was obviously different from the Greek view of the gods. This was especially true for the people of Olympia, who had the most magnificent temple of Zeus, held the grandest games to worship Zeus in Greece, and had the most devout believers of Zeus in Greece. They undoubtedly hated the faith of the Dionia to the bone. Clotocatax subconsciously looked at the temple of Zeus that was still under construction in the new city of Megalopolis. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to promote the kingdom of Dionia's attitude towards all faiths and religions equally. It was not like he had never done such a thing in Rome before. But after thinking about it, he gave up on the idea and said, "Now that everything is clear, the Pisans and Olympia sent assassins to kill me in an attempt to destroy the alliance between Dionia and Arcadia and to stop the reinforcements of the Dionysian army to Arcadia. We must not let their plot succeed. We must defeat the invading Sparta as soon as possible, and then we will go back and settle the score with the Pisans." That's right. Mandinia is now besieged by the Sparta, and they urgently need reinforcements, said a Mandinian counselor eagerly. The other counselors also rushed to agree. Everyone wanted to escape from this strange and awkward atmosphere. "What's the current situation in Mandinia?" Clotocatax looked at Lycomedes. He had been negotiating the alliance agreement with this Mandinian leader for 2 days, and he had a deep impression of this man's steadiness and foresight. So, he was more willing to believe what Lycomedes said. Lycomedes looked at his Mandinian colleague and said in a heavy tone, "We, the people of Mandinia, have learned our lesson from the last time the city was destroyed. The design and construction of a new city should be very sturdy, and we should not be afraid of the enemy's long-term siege. However, we did not expect the number of soldiers hired by the Sparta would be so great, and they are also well equipped. If the Sparta continue to launch a fierce attack, we are very worried that Mandinia will not be able to defend for long. This situation is very likely to happen because the Sparta people hate us very much. Once Mandinia falls, I'm afraid that this time the people of the city will be slaughtered by the Sparta people." Clotocatax nodded sympathetically. Just when he was about to speak, Printos beside him asked, "How many Sparta soldiers are besieging Mandinia?" Based on the reports from the messengers who risked their lives to escape from the city, the Sparta army has about 20,000 soldiers, and there are no less than 6,000 heavy infantry soldiers. They also have more than 1,000 cavalry soldiers. Lycomedes replied. Printos compared what Lycomedes said with the information obtained by the mountain reconnaissance team, and he had a rough idea of the situation. He then signaled to Clotocatax with his eyes. By now, Clotocatax had calmed down. Because he almost made some kind of promise out of impulse just now, he felt a little guilty and gestured for Lycomedes to speak. Printos immediately asked, "Regarding the invasion of Sparta, what is the plan of the Arcadia Union to deal with it?" After receiving the news of the invasion of Sparta, the Arcadia Union has begun to mobilize the entire region. Lycomedes said solemnly. However, the Sparta mercenaries are coming from the northeast of Arcadia, and the southeast of Arcadia is adjacent to Sparta. Therefore, the citizens of all the cities in the east must first defend their cities. I estimate that the Arcadia Union can only gather about 3,000 soldiers, and it will take at least 4 to 5 days for them to gather together. After that, we will lead this army to help Mandinia. However, compared to the Sparta army, our numbers are too small. Therefore, in order to defeat the Sparta army, we need your help. It's not just about saving Mandinia. If Sparta's own army attacks from the south, they may directly threaten this place. Then, another counselor's words resonated with everyone. Printos looked at the worried faces of the Arcadia Union counselors and said loudly, "The reinforcements of Dionia are advancing eastward, and it is estimated that they will arrive at the border of the Tegea region this afternoon. This region is adjacent to Sparta's territory. We will build a camp there, and try to make the camp as far east as possible to block the road to Tegea." Chapter 1169. This will allow the Dionysian army to set up camp and store rations in the Arcadia region. It will also protect this place from Sparta's armies from the north and the south, preventing them from threatening the new city of Megalopolis. He then looked at Lycomedes and said solemnly, "It will take at least 3 days to build the camp. After the camp is basically built, His Highness Clotocatax will lead the main force eastward, pass through Tegea, and head north to reinforce Mandinia and defeat Sparta." His words caused a commotion among the Arcadian counselors. They discussed in low voices for a while, and they all agreed with the Dionia's plan, believing that they had thought it through. The first to respond was Lycomedes, as he understood why the other party was looking at him. He immediately said, "We, the people of Mandinia, are confident that we can hold on for at least a month." Then, someone else said, "When our soldiers are assembled, we will rush to Mandinia as soon as possible and fight with the people of Sparta with you." Printos replied with a serious expression, "Our soldiers are happy to have the opportunity to fight alongside the citizens of Arcadia. However, based on the current situation, I have a suggestion for you to consider. This is the center of your alliance, and there are many villages around it, but they lack sufficient protection. Although we will build a camp in the east to stop the invasion of Sparta, we are not familiar with the geography here. We do not know if Sparta will cross the mountains, bypass the camp, and launch a surprise attack on Megalopolis. Therefore, I suggest that you build an army here and defend against the surprise attack of Sparta together with our army in the camp." When Printos made this suggestion, Clotocatax was surprised, as it was a little different from the plan they had discussed before. However, he suppressed his doubts and did not raise any objections on the spot. On the other hand, Printos' suggestion moved the Arcadian counselors. After short discussion, they agreed. At this moment, their attitude towards Cloto and Catax had greatly changed. They became much more enthusiastic. After all, the Spartans were currently invading the territory of the Arcadians. However, it was the Dionic army that blocked the Arcadians' way, preventing them from suffering too many casualties. It was inevitable that they would feel guilty. After Clotocatax and the rest bid farewell to the Arcadian counselors and rode their war horses to catch up with the army, Printos took the initiative to explain to the young commander, "Your Highness, please forgive me for changing the previously discussed plan. The previous military plan of Dionia was to let the Arcadia Union send an army to fight side by side with the Dionysian army. This would not only enhance the friendship between the two sides, but at the same time, with the Arcadian army as a guide, it would undoubtedly allow the Dionysian army to integrate into this unfamiliar war zone faster. I think Lord Printos must have an important reason for doing this," said Clotocatax in a gentle tone. The reason why Printos dared to make a decision on his own and change the plan was that he had a deeper understanding of Clotocatax's character after spending some time with him. At this time, Clotocatax's understanding made him feel reassured and also made him more determined to assist the young prince. Printos pulled himself together and said seriously, "Your Highness, although you are very magnanimous and did not pursue the assassination just now in order not to affect our alliance with the Arcadia Union, even if the assassins came from Olympia, how did they know that we would meet with the counselors of the Arcadia Union today? How did they wear the same color as the counselors of Arcadia, avoid the patrol of the Arcadian soldiers, and blend in with the troops? All of these must make us think deeply, because it will affect our next battle with Sparta." "You mean Clotocatax said thoughtfully. There are spies among the counselors of Arcadia? Printos further reminded. The Arcadia Union has just been established, but the alliance between the city-states of Arcadia and Sparta has lasted for decades, the longest among all the alliances of Sparta. Although they have now betrayed Sparta, I think there are many people in their country who are close to Sparta. Clotocatax thought for a moment with a solemn expression, and then said hesitantly, "You are worried that when we fight with the Arcadians, they will suddenly turn from allies to enemies? That is why you propose to let the Arcadian army stay in Megalopolis and not let them meet with us?" "Your Highness," Printos said sincerely, "in the past wars of the kingdom, His Majesty has cleverly instigated the internal strife of the enemy many times, thus shortening the time to achieve the final victory. Because of this, we have to be even more careful if the enemy uses this strategy on us, especially now that we have to go all out to fight against the powerful Sparta. If our allies suddenly attack us, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, for the sake of safety, it is safer for us to not let the Arcadians participate in the battle. Moreover, with the current strength of our army, we can deal with the Sparta people. Without the burden of the Arcadian army, we will be able to command the army more smoothly, and we will be more determined in the battle." "I understand. Thank you, Lord Printos, for your reminder. I agree to carry out the new plan." Clotocatax still had some doubts. "But without the help of the allies, how can we get the help of the local people in the next battle? How can we not be seen as enemies by them?" "Your Highness, not all of the cities of Arcadia have a close relationship with the Sparta people in the past." Printos's reminder made Clotocatax's eyes brighten up. "You mean Mandinia? It seems that while we are building the camp, we have to send someone to have a good talk with the Lycomedes. I hope he can send us some Mandinians as guides." "Yes, Your Highness," Printos said respectfully. This was not an act, but a sincere one. In his opinion, although this young prince lacked military experience, he was not only good at listening to the opinions of his subordinates, but also able to quickly draw inferences about other things once he was given some advice. He was definitely not a puppet that could be fooled easily, as expected of someone with the bloodline of Hades. At this time, they had already caught up with the main army. The soldiers, who had been marching for a long time, had already started singing this song of the Legion under the command of the officers. Clotocatax immediately rode close to the marching column and sang along with the soldiers without caring about his status. He even shook his head when he sang excitedly. Not only did the soldiers not find it funny, but it also made them feel close to him. The vigorous and heroic singing washed away the fatigue of the soldiers, and it also echoed among the hills and mountains. Arcadia's counselors stopped to listen. Although the lyrics could not be heard clearly, it did not stop them from exclaiming, "The morale of the Dionia soldiers is very high." Not only is their morale high, look at their equipment, look at their marching. This is a well-trained army. They are fully capable of fighting against Sparta. Just fighting. And I have fought with the Sparta people many times. The Sparta soldiers are indeed well-trained, but how many of them are they? Look at this Dionysian army. It has been so long, but I still haven't seen the tail of their army. I'm afraid the number that the Dionia general said is correct. They have more than 30,000 soldiers. I'm afraid the Sparta soldiers are no match for them. Can you tell the combat power of an army just by looking at their marching? I think in the end, we will only know who is stronger and who is weaker after the real battle. In any case, with the powerful Dionia as an ally, we will feel very at ease. Don't forget, the powerful Sparta was our ally in the past, but why do we still want to form an alliance? Sigh, I'm afraid that after we drive away the old Wolf King, a new Wolf King will be ushered in. The key is that this new Wolf King's faith is different from ours. They believe that Hades is the master of all gods. Otherwise, why would the Olympia assassinate the Dionia commander? Everyone, don't forget, Zeus is also the protector of our Arcadia Union. As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence. Lycomedes hurriedly said loudly, "Everyone, The covenant between us and Dionia states very clearly that both sides respect each other's religious beliefs and will never slander or interfere with each other. You don't have to worry about this at all. Now that the Sparta army is attacking, it concerns the survival of the alliance. We need a powerful ally, Dionia, to help us defeat the enemy. This is the most important thing we should do at this time, and we can put other things aside for the time being. Lycomedes is right. Some counselors agreed loudly, but some remained silent. Lycomedes felt a little helpless. This was the current situation of the alliance. In order to convince them these days, he had spent too much energy, and now he was a little tired. In the mansion of Epaminonda in Thebes, Peropides had just visited. "Epaminonda, what's wrong with you these 2 days? Every time after the end of a meeting, you immediately disappear. What are you doing hiding at home?" As soon as Peropides saw Epaminonda, he put on a look as if he was going to interrogate him. Epaminonda knew his best friend well, and said faintly, "It's good for me to calm down and think when it's quiet at home." Climax. Chapter 1170. What are you thinking about? The people of Dionia? Peropides asked. To be precise, it should be the Dionysian army. Epaminonda said honestly, "This time I went to Messenia and stayed there for a few days. I was lucky enough to visit Dionia's camps, checkpoints, temporary ports, and watch their training, logistics, and treatment of soldiers. I learned a lot from them. To prevent myself from forgetting, I took the time to record and organize them after I came back." After hearing this, Peropides immediately understood his intention. "Do you think that these beneficial things implemented by the Dionysian army can be applied to our army?" Epaminonda shook his head gently. "Dionia is a powerful kingdom, but we haven't even unified the whole of Pyotia. We don't have such a strong national power, so there are many things that we can't implement. However, we can learn from them. More importantly, we can determine the direction of our army's future development. After you finish organizing them, you must let me see them first," Peropides said with interest. "Of course. When the time comes, I will have a new army reform proposal to submit to the parliament, and I need your support. In this regard, I have always supported you." Peropides agreed without hesitation. He then said, "It seems that you have already confirmed the strength of the Dionysian army and that they can defeat Sparta. Yes, I think that even if Sparta didn't go through the Battle of Leuctra, they will never be a match for Dionia," Epaminonda said with certainty. "Even if they have the support of Persia? Persia is too far away, and they can't support Sparta indefinitely. Then what will happen after Dionia defeats Sparta?" Peropides changed the topic. "I remember when you came back and told the parliament about your trip to Messenia. You said, 'The commander of Dionia hopes that Greece can stop the war and restore peace.' What do you think he meant by that? Don't you think this sentence sounds familiar? The people of Persia mentioned it not long ago." Epaminonda said meaningfully. Peropides was not surprised. He stood up and paced as he pondered. "You and I are thinking the same thing. The people of Dionia probably want to become the second Persia and control the whole of Greece. With the current strength of Dionia and the hostile relationship between it and Persia, it is completely understandable that they want to control Greece. But, although Dionia is closer to here than Persia, their territory is not here. Do you think Dionia will choose Sparta to control the situation here, like Persia?" Epaminonda pondered and said, "Judging from the current situation, the people of Dionia and Persia want to control Greece first and use it as a springboard to fight against each other. But the situation in Greece is very complicated. There is hay everywhere, and a small spark may cause a big fire. So the method you just mentioned should be the best choice for the people of Dionia. We should try our best to become Sparta in the hands of Dionia. This will be very beneficial to the development of Thebes in the future." "I think so too. And if Dionia really wants to do this, Thebes, will undoubtedly be their best partner in Greece." Although Peropides said so, he did not seem excited. Instead, he frowned. "It's just that the situation has changed. Before coming to your house, I met with the priest of Delphi." "Why did Delphi send a priest to Thebes?" Epaminonda was immediately alerted. Peropides said solemnly, The priest told me that after they heard the news of the Dionysian army invading Peloponnesus, they felt that something was wrong. So they asked Apollo for an oracle. In the end, the Pythia saw an illusion of the temple of Delphi burning in the fire. They thought that this was a warning from Apollo. If they did not stop the invasion of the heretical Dionia, Greece would be destroyed. So they sent priests to all the city-states of the Sacred Alliance, hoping that the city-states of Greece would unite and repel the foreign race of Dionia, just like how they repelled Persia. The expression of Epaminondas, who was speaking calmly and elegantly, changed. He asked anxiously, "What did you say to the priest of Delphi?" Of course, I don't agree with what the priest of Delphi said. If the gods could really give us a warning, why didn't they protect us Thebes back then? Why did Sparta take over our citadel so easily? Peropides said angrily, then sighed. However, Delphi has a great influence among the people, so I didn't object to it directly. Instead, I said, we Thebes have a bad relationship with Athens, and we have to guard against Thessaly's invasion of the south. We really don't have the strength to fight against the Dionia. Moreover, we have just signed an alliance agreement with them. Now that the Dionia are fulfilling the agreement and helping us fight against our mortal enemy, Sparta, how can we, the Thebes, go back on our word and betray the Dionia? However, the damned priest of Delphi said the Thebes should never have allied with Dionia. This gave Dionia a reason to interfere in the war in Greece. They have been coveting Greece for a long time. He asked us to dissolve the alliance agreement with Dionia as soon as possible. He also told me not to worry about the safety of our territory. Delphi has discussed with the priests of Olympia, and they have agreed to send messengers to each city, including Thessaly, Iazon, and Athens. They want to persuade them to put aside their hatred and work together to fight against the foreign invaders, Dionia. They want to form an all-Greek coalition to fight against Dionia. Epaminondas gasped. He did not expect that the Dionysian army entering Peloponnesus would cause such a huge reaction from Delphi and Olympia. Although these two places had almost no military force, they were the holy places of all of Greece and had a great influence on the people. If they were determined to fight against Dionia, the governments of the cities might be able to do so under the pressure of the people. He calmed himself down and said, I think Athens is likely to agree with the suggestion of the priest of Delphi, but will Iazon agree? Back then, Thessaly already had the strength to fight against Sparta, but this man has been hiding his ambition like a cunning wolf hiding in the bushes in the north. It was not until we defeated Sparta in Leuctra that he began to take action. Will he do the same thing again this time? Iazon is indeed very shrewd. Priest Delphi may not be able to persuade him. Pelopidas agreed. He said with a solemn expression, I did not give a definite answer to Priest Delphi, but tomorrow he will go to the council to make a request to all the counselors. So you came to me first, and then you will go to the other counselors to seek support? Epaminondas understood the real purpose of his friend's visit. He immediately asked, so what is your opinion on the request of Priest Delphi? My opinion? Didn't I say it just now? If Dionia wants to become the second Persia, then Thebes must become the second Sparta. I have been to Persia and Dionia. The ordinary towns in the kingdom of Dionia are more prosperous than many of the city-states in Greece, not to mention their central city, Turii. I feel that it is no less than Babylon in Persia. In fact, it is even more vibrant than Babylon. What's more, you just told me that the army of Dionia is also very powerful. So I think that even if Greece gathers the strength of most of the city-states, it will still be difficult to fight against the powerful Dionia. Thebes should stand on the side of the winner, so that our efforts over the past few years will not be in vain. I support you. Epaminondas was the first to express his attitude. At the same time, he cautiously reminded, but it will be difficult for you to get the full support of the counselors, and it will be even more difficult to convince the people of Thebes. Taking a step back, even if you really get the council to agree to your proposal, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get all the other allies of Pyotia to support our decision. By that time, not only will the alliance of Pyotia that we have painstakingly built be disbanded, but in central Greece, Thebes will be isolated and even besieged by other city-states again. I have considered these problems that you have mentioned. Of course, I will not explicitly reject the request of the priest of Delphi and openly support Dionia. Peropides revealed a sly smile. But I can buy time. Athens, Corinth, Agos, Elise, Phocis, Locris, and Thessaly. There are many city-states in Greece, and each of them has their own interests and needs. There are also many contradictions between them. It is impossible for Delphi and Olympia to convince them in a short period of time to unite against Ionia. And even if they are convinced, it will take a lot of time for the city-states to mobilize and finally gather their armies together. I think it will take at least 2 to 3 months. In such a long period of time, maybe the war between Dionia and Sparta will end, and Dionia will take a new action. The situation will become clearer, and it will be beneficial for us to make a new decision. Epaminondas pondered and said, I think it's doable. Let's use the fact that the Thessalians and Athens have yet to make their stance clear, and their hostility towards Thebes is still obvious, and Paisia's safety is still threatened as an excuse. We can adopt the resolution of not making our stance clear and temporarily buy time. I believe that the counselors and people of Thebes will be able to accept it, and it will also be in line with the interests of the other Paisia allies. Chapter 1171. Every time I talk to you, it always dispels a lot of my worries. Peropides said, half jokingly, half seriously, I can't talk to you anymore. I have to visit the other counselors next. By the way, we should let the people of Dionia know how much pressure we have endured to maintain this alliance, and how much effort we have put in. It would be best if you quietly send someone to Messenia tomorrow and let the people of Dionia know about this, so that they can make early preparations. Okay, leave the matter of sending someone to me. After Epaminondas sent Peropides out of the door, he returned to the study. Looking at the plan of the Dionia barracks drawn on the papyrus, he picked up the pen again, but his thoughts were too chaotic, and he could not calm down to write for a while. He subconsciously tapped the word Dionia on the paper with the tip of the pen, thinking only one thing in his mind. No matter how beautiful Peropides' idea was, the first thing to do was to see if Dionia could completely defeat the people of Sparta as soon as possible. These days, the first fleet commander Sicerian was in a bad mood, but it was not because of the new army commander, Clotocatax. Although when he first arrived, Sicerian did not go to greet him out of the reserve of an old general. But on the second day, the prince personally visited the camp of the first fleet near the coast and was very respectful to Sicerian. In the end, Sicerian was moved, and he took the initiative to promise that he was willing to lead the fleet to fully cooperate with the army in the battle. The reason why Sicerian was unhappy was that although he had occupied the island of Kizira in the Lagania Gulf and completely blocked the coast of Sparta, the mercenaries recruited by Sparta from outside the mainland still landed on Peloponnesus, increasing the difficulty of the army conquering Sparta. This was not the fault of the first fleet. Before Sicerian left Thurii, the Devers had told him that after the first flotilla arrived at the southern waters of Peloponnesus, they should try not to cross the Lagania Gulf to patrol the east coast of Peloponnesus or even further north in order to avoid the dissatisfaction of the coastal city-states such as Agos, Corinth, and even Athens. Sicerian had been strictly following the teachings of the king of the Devers, but he did not expect that the cunning Sparta not only allowed the mercenaries to land on the port of Corinth, but also frequently sent grain ships to the port of Corinth. With enough mercenaries and a steady supply of grain, the Sparta people had the confidence to fight the Dionysian army. Just as Sicerian was sitting in the tent sulking, the staff officer walked into the tent. Commander, I just received a report from a fast ship. There are 5 cargo ships full of soldiers sailing towards the Isthmus of Corinth. Sicerian stood up abruptly. Where do they find them? Which city-state are they from? They should be near Naxos Island. Not Naxos Island in Sicily, but an island in the Aegean Sea. They should have entered the port of Corinth by now. Just like before, these cargo ships are flying the flags of Miletus, Samos, Ephesus, Halicarnassus, and other Greek city-states in Asia Minor. The staff officer replied in a slightly angry tone. Clang! Sicerian kicked the chair over. His face was as cold as frost. He paced quickly in the tent, his hands clenched into fists. Suddenly, he stopped and shouted, "Order the crew to push the ships into the sea. Get ready to sail." The staff officer immediately understood his intention and hurriedly advised, "Commander, please calm down. His Majesty the Devers has given an order." "That's not an order. It's just a reminder." "And His Majesty used the word try," Sakarian said emotionally. "We didn't want to have a conflict with these city-states, but these Greek city-states colluded with the Persia and took advantage of our patience. They kept sending food to Sparta, and now they're sending soldiers to Sparta again. In the long run, the war between us and Sparta will become very difficult, and this will cause great losses to the kingdom's interests. So, the Navy can no longer stand by and watch. We must take action." At this point, he softened his tone and said, "You're still young, and you're not familiar with His Majesty's style. He never gives orders to the commanders of the expeditionary army. Instead, he allows them to make their own battle plans according to the actual situation on the battlefield. Now is the time for us to change our strategy." "I understand, sir." The staff officer quickly accepted Sakarian's point of view. In fact, he was also holding back his anger. "Which fleet are you going to send?" Sakarian answered firmly, "All the warships of the First Fleet." "The entire First Fleet?" The staff officer was greatly surprised. The First Fleet had more than 500 warships, and it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife just to sink a few troop and grain carriers. Sakarian saw through his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "This time, we're not just going to capture or sink all the ships that transport food and soldiers to the port of Corinth. We're going to completely hurt them so that they won't dare to help Sparta in the future. At the same time, this is also an armed voyage for the first flotilla of Dionia to enter the Aegean Sea. We're going to show those Greek city-states our great strength and let those city-states that want to go against us reconsider whether they have the ability to do so. Yes, I'll inform the entire fleet to get ready to set sail immediately." More than an hour later, Sakarian boarded his flagship, raised the flag of departure, and blew the bugle. Apart from the 2 columns of 50 warships anchored at Kizira Island to blockade the coast of Sparta, the Ministry of Military Affairs, after the war in the Western Mediterranean, under the instructions of the Devers, the Ministry of Military Affairs made some adjustments to the Navy. Not only did it change the 4 major fleets to 3 major fleets, but it also changed the organization of the fleets. It was clearly stipulated that the subfleets had 100 warships under their jurisdiction, and they were composed of 4 columns, each consisting of 25 warships. Therefore, the battleship column became the smallest unit of the Navy of Dionia. The rest of the warships, about 500 of them, were arranged into 4 columns and sailed eastward. After the fleet rounded the Cape and turned north, Sakarian issued another order. Given that there were many islands in the sea, and the fleet was unfamiliar with the sea conditions here, they would slow down and advance along the east coast. After giving the order, Sakarian returned to his seat to rest. After the end of the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Ministry of Military Affairs had discussed with the commanders and shipbuilders of the fleets on the issue of whether the flagship of the fleets needed to be redesigned and improved. Some people proposed to use Carthage's double-headed dragon warship as the blueprint to build the flagship of the fleet. Others proposed that the former 4-tiered Carthage warship could be improved as the flagship of the fleet. Sakarian objected, believing that whether it was the double-headed dragon warship or the 4-tiered warship, they were too clumsy and bloated. The admirals would never let a ship slow down the speed of the entire fleet and affect combat efficiency just because of their greed for enjoyment. Sakarian's opinion was supported by Middleades, the commander of the 2nd Fleet, and Stephakas, the commander of the 3rd Fleet. In the end, the matter of changing the flagship was left unsettled. Other than the hull being slightly larger and the mast taller, Sakarian's flagship was not much different from the Raven warship. Sakarian sat at the stern of the warship. The stern of the warship tilted up like a scorpion's tail, forming a pocket with a wooden chair inside. Since the top of the ship could block the sun, it was more comfortable for him to sit inside. Sakarian held the handle of the wooden chair with both hands and looked out of the warship. The sea here was exceptionally blue, and the wind and waves were very light, so the warships sailed very smoothly. Looking to the left, not far away on the coast, there were strange rocks and strange peaks. Because it was spring, the cliffs were full of green trees and red flowers, pleasing to the eye. Looking up at the sky, there were white clouds floating leisurely in the clear sky. From time to time, flocks of seabirds would fly past, and the gentle sea breeze carried cold water, gently brushed against his face, making him feel relaxed and happy. While Sakarian was enjoying a rare moment of comfort, the residents on the shore were very frightened. This coast was still Sparta's territory. Although most of it was cliffs, there were still some small coastal towns. In recent years, there had been frequent wars, and the people in the towns and villages here often saw fleets passing through the nearby waters. They were either ships from Athens and its allies, or the fleets of the Peloponnesus alliance. But they had never seen such a terrible scene. Countless warships covered most of the sea as far as their eyes could see, and every ship was as black as ink, as if it had dyed the blue sea black. Just as they ran north along the coast in panic to inform the people in Sparta of this shocking news, the vanguard of the Black Fleet had turned northeast. After bypassing the peninsula on the east side of the territory of Agos, the first flotilla entered a large bay, Serene Bay. It was like entering a bustling town from a sparsely populated village. Hundreds of ships full of goods could be seen entering and exiting this large bay. Most of them were sailing to Athens in the north, some were sailing to Corinth in the east, and a few were sailing to Megara in the southeast. Even during the war, this place had become one of the most prosperous bays in the Mediterranean Sea a long time ago. But at this moment, the first flotilla of Dionia was like a hungry wolf breaking into a flock of sheep. For a moment, there was chaos, and the ships fled in panic. It did not take long for the bustling bay to become a lot quieter, and no other ships appeared around the warships of the first flotilla. The captains of the first flotilla apparently did not care about such a change. They followed their plan and turned the warships to the east, going deeper into the bay. Chapter 1172. In the middle of this bay, there was an island called Ina. More than 100 years ago, it was still considered a powerful Greek state. Athens suffered a lot when it came to its navy. It was not until Themistocles suggested that Athens use most of its wealth to develop its navy that Athens gradually began to gain the upper hand in naval battles with Ina. Finally, during the reign of Pericles, Athens entered a golden age. Without Sparta's intervention, Ina was finally conquered and became the territory of Athens. Ina was annexed, and Salamis Island, which was not far from its northwest, also belonged to Athens. Therefore, the northern part of the bay was under Athens' control. Although Sakarian made a shocking decision, he did not lose his rationality. He did not arrogantly let his fleet of warships break into the northern waters and provoke Athens. This was very likely to drag Athens, who was originally neutral, into the war at this time and add unnecessary trouble to the kingdom. Therefore, he let the fleet of warships sail through the southern part of Ina Island. Of course, this was also a risky decision. There were some small islands and reefs in the southern part of Ina Island, and the route was relatively narrow. The warships of the first flotilla, who were not familiar with the sea conditions here, could only form a long column and pass through at a slower speed. If a hostile Greek city-state fleet suddenly launched an attack at this time, the head and tail of the first flotilla fleet would not be able to coordinate with each other and would inevitably suffer greater losses. In this sea area and the nearby waters, only Athens had a strong navy. According to the information provided by the Ministry of Military Affairs, Sakarian knew that there was a military port of Athens on Ina Island, where some warships were docked. Therefore, Sakarian had long lost his previous ease and began to feel nervous. The first flotilla quickly divided into two columns and began to pass between Ina Island and Masina Island. Then, they carefully circled to the south of Agtistri Island. After that, they gradually increased their speed. At this time, the southern coast of Ina Island was full of the people of Athens. They stared at the three-oared warships sailing past them one after another. Their faces were full of astonishment. "Ow, how many warships are there?" I've been counting just now. 205 ships have passed by, and there's still a long way to go. I estimate that there are at least 400 ships. This should be the fleet of Dionia. I heard that when they had a naval battle with the Carthage people, the total number of warships on both sides reached 1,000. At that time, I thought that the self-deprecating colonial kingdom was trying to intimidate the forces in the Western Mediterranean. Aristophanes' play The Dionia was popular in Athens, causing many people in Athens to think that the Greeks, the main body of Dionia, ignored their noble identity and took the initiative to integrate the indigenous people into their kingdom, giving them citizenship and living together with them. This was a sign of self-deprecation and deliberately exaggerated their strength. But now, it seems that it may be true. 400 warships is nothing. The total number of warships in Athens used to be more than this. Even if our warships are far fewer than theirs now, with our superb sailing skills, we can still defeat them in a naval battle. Young man, it's good to have confidence, but don't blindly belittle the other party. We're all sailors. Take a closer look at their ships before you make an evaluation. The fleet of Dionia should not be familiar with the sea conditions here, but look at their speed. The distance between each row of warships and the row of warships behind them is always stable. In the narrower area in front, 2 warships of each row can easily make turns without slowing down, and there has never been a collision. This shows that the fleet of Dionia is well trained, and their sailors are good at handling their ships. We must pay attention to them. Hey, you guys, now that the fleet of Dionia has arrived at our doorstep, you still have the leisure to stand here and watch? Shouldn't you be dispatching our warships to prepare to protect our homeland? What do you know, a woman like you? Look at the direction of the Dionysian fleet. It doesn't look like they're coming for Athens. Besides, we haven't received the order to attack from the executive committee of the general. If we attack rashly and cause a war between Athens and Dionia, we may be condemned by the assembly of citizens. While the people of Athens were standing on Ina Island and discussing, the vanguard of the first flotilla had quickly arrived near the port of Cancare, located in the eastern part of the Isthmus of Corinth. The land here was concave inwards, forming a small bay. The warships of Dionia immediately blocked the mouth of the bay to prevent the ships from escaping. The arrival of the first flotilla was very coincidental. After the 5 troop carriers from Asia Minor entered the port of Cancare, another 2 grain carriers from Asia Minor arrived near the port of Corinth. When they received the news that the Dionysian fleet had appeared in Serone's Bay, they panicked because of their guilty conscience. They swarmed into the port, causing panic and congestion at the entrance of the port. The port could not be closed for a while. The warships of the first flotilla seized the opportunity to rush into the port, trying their best to hit all the ships flying the flags of the city-states of Asia Minor that they could see, even though they had already docked at the port. In the process, in order to clear the route, they inevitably knocked over other ships. The port of Cancare was in chaos. The people on the shore were panicking and screaming. But for a while, the officials of Corinth at the port could not find any effective measures to stop the Dionia warships from wreaking havoc in the port. The strength of the Corinth navy was considered good among the Greek city-states, but the Serone's Bay in the eastern part of the isthmus had always been the domain of the Athens, so all the warships were docked at the main port in the western part of the isthmus, Lycium. And even if the fleet was in the eastern port this time, they could not compare to the number of Dionia warships that were constantly pouring into the port. In addition, more than a dozen Raven warships docked at the port one after another, and the fleet's infantry immediately went ashore. But they did not go after the people of the port, nor did they try to seize the port. Instead, they lined up in a neat phalanx of nearly 500 people, holding shields and swords in their hands, and shouted in unison, "We only attack the cargo ships that transport troops and food for Sparta. We mean no harm to Corinth. We only attack." The shouting of the fleet's infantry was a little ridiculous, but it worked in the current chaotic situation. The Corinth fleet hesitated, and because of the deterrence of the Dionia soldiers who landed on the shore, they neither fired rockets from the sentry tower, nor did they find a way to close the water gates. Not long after, the bugle sounded on the flagship of the first fleet, and all the Dionia warships in the port quickly evacuated. The people of Corinth in the port calmed down a little, but the entire port was filled with broken boards and wreckage, and the cries for help of the sailors who fell into the water could be heard incessantly. It was a tragic scene. The Dionia warships successfully evacuated the port of Corinth, and Sicarion breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to give the order to evacuate the Serone's Bay, the lookout at the top of the mainmast suddenly shouted, "A yellow flag has been raised by a fast ship in the northeast." Sicarion's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this meant that the number of warships less than the first flotilla was approaching, and in this big bay, there was only one city-state that dared to make such a move, Athens. Sicarion began to get excited. He shouted, "Raise the stars, the fleet is heading northeast." The captain of the flagship rushed to the stern and asked anxiously, "My lord, are you going to start a war with Athens?" "Calm down, Acritus." Sicarion comforted him and said, "The intentions of the Athens people are unclear. I'm just making preparations. If they dare to attack, then we can fight back." The bugle sounded, and the black flag was raised. The 500 Dionia warships that were gathered outside the port of Corinth quickly spread out with their respective fleet as the center, and at the same time, moved northeast together in a formation. Not long after, dozens of Athens warships appeared in the sight of the captain of the warships at the front of the first flotilla. This did not affect the Dionia warships at all, and all the warships were still moving forward at a steady speed. The same was true for the Athens warships. 6 miles, 5 miles, 4 miles. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. At this time, the crew of Athens should be able to clearly feel that compared to the Delnia fleet, there was a clear gap in numbers. However, the many glorious victories that they had in the past had given them courage, especially when there was a victory monument erected on Salamis Island not far from them. Decades ago, it was in this bay that the Greek coalition fleet, with the Athens warships as the main force, fought against the Persia fleet that had several times the number of warships. In the end, they won a glorious victory, creating a miracle of war and saving Greece. This legendary story inspired the people of Athens generation after generation. The crew of Athens who were ordered to leave the port today more or less had such a little bit of hope to offset the nervousness in their hearts. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, even Sicarion could not help but feel nervous. He was not afraid of the dozens of Athens warships in front of him. As a high-ranking general of the kingdom like him, not only did he have to fight comfortably, but he also had to consider how the change in the situation in Greece after the defeat of the Athens fleet would affect the military plan that Dionia was implementing in Peloponnesus. But the situation in Greece was complicated, and he had no way to predict it. Fortunately, when the distance between the two sides was close to 2 miles, Sicarion received news that the Athens fleet had stopped moving forward. Sicarion hurriedly ordered the fleet to stop moving forward. The warships of both sides were 2 miles apart, facing each other quietly. Chapter 1173. Both Sicarion and the Athens Navy generals breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they raised their guard against the enemy's fleet. After all, it was not easy for so many warships to stop in a short period of time after receiving an order. This meant that the Navy of this country had a complete command system and was well trained. After a while, a fast ship sailed out of the Athens Navy fleet and headed straight for the Dionysian fleet. As it approached the Dionia warship, someone on the ship shouted, "The envoy from Athens wants to see the commander of the Dionysian fleet." 20 minutes later, the envoy from Athens Navy boarded the flagship of the First Fleet of Dionia. "I'm Sicarion, the commander of the First Fleet of Dionia." Sicarion spoke loudly while sizing up the newcomer. He had a square face, a high nose, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a beard, a wide forehead, a medium build, not fat nor thin. Although his hair was a little white and he looked like he was about 50 years old, he had a dignified appearance and looked particularly energetic. Chief General of the Athens Navy, Callistratus. The envoy stared at Sicarion with a sharp gaze. His voice was deep and magnetic, but his words were sharp. "The 300,000 people of Athens have entrusted me to ask the general, "Is Dionia declaring war on Athens?" Sicerian did not expect the other party to ask so directly. He quickly explained in a serious manner, "You've misunderstood. Dionia has no ill intentions towards Athens. We're just chasing after a fleet that was transporting food to Sparta. We had no choice but to come to this bay. To avoid misunderstanding, our warships deliberately avoided the waters of Athens." "No ill intentions?" Callistratus sneered. "If the fleet of Athens sailed in the Bay of Taranto, would the people of Dionia think that this fleet came with good intentions? Would you warmly open the port of Thurii and invite them in?" Sicerian was speechless. Before he could think of a response, the envoy continued, "I think you're Greek. Then you should know that the survival of the Greeks depends mainly on trade. For the past few decades, Greece has been at war. Who knows how many naval battles have taken place, but the sea trade of the city-states still continues. Few warships take the initiative to attack merchant ships, because the sailors of every city-state know that attacking merchant ships is to dig at the roots of the Greeks. Corinth is just doing what every city-state should do in the sea trade, and those ships that were built for Sparta are just abiding by the trade contract. The sailors are just making some money for the livelihood of their families. But now you—" Callistratus's eloquent accusation made Sicerian feel wronged. He quickly coughed and interrupted the envoy impatiently. "Please don't talk about these irrelevant things anymore. Just tell me why you're here." A trace of contempt flashed in Callistratus's eyes. He looked calm, but his tone was forceful. After the war between Dionia and Sparta, Sparta once asked Athens for help. The people of Athens considered the relationship between Sparta and Thurii, so they did not agree to the request of the Spartans. I also hope that Dionia can take into account the friendly relations between Athens and not let the flames of war affect Athens, and promise that before this war is over, your warships will not appear in the Aegean Sea again." Callistratus's words were full of threats, but Sicerian was not one to be threatened. He raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Our warships will leave immediately, but if there are still fleets to transport troops and food for Sparta, we will come again." Both sides parted on bad terms. After Callistratus left on his ship, a majestic bugle sounded from the Dionia fleet. The warships at the front of the Dionysian fleet turned south one after another, and the warships at the back turned north one after another, and then began to move forward. Not long after, the originally stacked fleet formed two long columns again, drawing a large circle in front of the Athens fleet, and then returned to their original route. The sailors of Athens listened to the impassioned bugle sounds coming from the front, and watched as the Dionia warships turned their hulls to face the bow of the Athens fleet and swaggered past them. They were surprised by the boldness of the Dionia people, and at the same time, a little angry. The Dionia people are demonstrating to us. Chabrias, the temporarily appointed commander of the Athens fleet, looked at the sea in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "But the Dionysian fleet can change their formation so quickly even with so many warships. If we go to war with Dionia in the future, their navy will be a huge threat to Athens." At this point, he turned to look at Callistratus beside him, and with a solemn expression, he asked in a low but powerful voice, "Now is the best time to defeat this fleet. Should we launch an attack?" Callistratus shook his head. "Athens has not declared war on Dionia, and the citizens are not ready. Let's wait." Only when the entire fleet sailed out of Serone's bay did Sicerian loosen his clenched fist. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Order the fleet to sail east, pass through Kisnos Island, and after reaching the vicinity of Delos Island, go straight south, and only return to the station when they see Crete." Yes. While the Dionysian army was still building their camp in the territory of Megalopolis, Archidamus, who received the news, immediately lifted the siege on Mandinia and led the army south, bypassing the city of Tegea. He also began building camps at the southern border with Sparta and began to confront the Dionysian army in the west. Knowing that the siege of Mandinia had been lifted, under the advice of Printos, Clotocatax was not in a hurry to lead the army east. Instead, He patiently continued to let the soldiers fortify the camp. Although the main forces of both sides did not move, the two camps were not peaceful. Battles between scouts from both sides occurred every day, including cavalry and infantry scouts. Of course, the more professional and well-trained Ionia side had the upper hand, especially when a small team of scouts from the mountain ridge ambushed a group of about 20 Spartan mercenaries to search for food. They killed 6 people, killed 4, captured 2, and did not suffer any casualties themselves. All of this put a lot of pressure on the Sparta mercenaries. A few days later, the king of Sparta, Agesilaus, led 7,000 soldiers out of the northern part of Sparta and entered the territory of Tegea to meet up with the Sparta mercenaries. "Father, you're finally here." Archidamus personally came out of the camp to greet him. His face, which had been covered with gloom for the past few days, finally relaxed and revealed a smile. Although Agesilaus was leaning on his cane and looked a little tired, his smile was even more cheerful. "You've worked hard, Archidamus. In order to satisfy your request, I brought all the brave warriors of Sparta. Before I left, I specially went to the temple of Nina in Athens to offer sacrifices. The oracle I received was a good omen. Usually, before the war, the two kings of Sparta, who had the right to offer sacrifices, would send people to Delphi to ask for an oracle. However, now that the war is happening in the northern border, it is very dangerous to go to Delphi. Moreover, there is not enough time, so we can only offer sacrifices in the citadel of Sparta." "That's great." Archidamus looked relieved. Agesilaus looked around at the mercenary generals standing behind Archidamus and said confidently, "Actually, even without the oracle, I believe that Sparta will win this time. In the past, Sparta, only needed to send a few hundred warriors to join up with the allied army, and we would be able to dominate Greece. Now, not only have we, Sparta, sent out all our elites, but the army that you, Archidamus, lead is also made up of the most elite soldiers from various city-states. With the two combined, this is the largest and most powerful army that I've led in all these years. I believe that no one can match it." "That's right. King Agesilaus is right." The mercenary generals shouted excitedly. Then, Archidamus introduced these mercenary generals to his father one by one. Agesilaus chatted with them warmly. Some of them were people that he knew. After all, he had fought in Asia Minor for many years 20 years ago, so he was very familiar with the situation there. Therefore, he knew every mercenary general's home country like the back of his hand. He talked about them with great familiarity, which made the generals feel close to him. To these mercenary generals, Agesilaus was a living legend. He fought in the territory of Persia all by himself, causing the people of Persia to be in an awkward situation. They had taken the initiative to ask for peace several times, and his charm had made many Greek city-states in Asia Minor willing to support him. Until now, many of his stories were still circulating in Asia Minor. Therefore, the mercenary generals rushed to salute Agesilaus. It was an honor to be able to talk to him, and the atmosphere was very warm. After a long time, Agesilaus said goodbye to them with the reason that he was a little tired and needed to rest, and followed Archidamus into the central tent. After entering the tent, Agesilaus threw away his wooden staff and leaned against a wooden chair with the help of his servants. The smile on his face had disappeared, and his expression became serious. "What's the situation now, Father?" Archidamus' expression was equally serious. A small amount of food was shipped from the port of Corinth the day before yesterday, but no more food was shipped from the north yesterday. The people of Persia told me that the fleet of Ionia is patrolling the Aegean Sea every day. Any fleet that enters Serone's Bay will be intercepted and interrogated. Several of their fleets have been captured, and the people of Persia have to temporarily stop the food shipments. Apex. Chapter 1174. Agesilaus was not surprised. The reason why he led the army here was because he had received the report from the messenger Archidamus sent to Sparta. Now, the situation had only become more serious. He thought for a while and asked, "How many more days can the food store in the camp last? If you count the troops you brought, don't count them yet." After receiving the news from you, I asked the soldiers to bring 5 days' worth of rations. About 7 days, so I sent people to collect food in the Tegia territory. Unfortunately, the Tegia people have long hidden in the city, so we didn't get much. Immediately stop collecting food from the Tegia territory. At the same time, forbid anyone from destroying the Tegia's villages and fields, and forbid anyone from looting their houses. Agesilaus said sternly, "Father, why are you doing this? We trusted the Tegia so much, but they betrayed us. We must punish them severely. We must let the cities of Peloponnesus know the consequences of betraying Sparta." Agesilaus looked at the confused Archidamus and sighed in his heart. His son fought bravely and was good at making friends. He had a good reputation among the Sparta people, but he had one biggest shortcoming. He was not willing to use his brain, did not do things meticulously, and did not look at the problem comprehensively. Of course, this was also a common problem among most Sparta citizens. Sparta could do this when it was strong, but when it was deserted and the enemy invaded, not only would it not be effective, it would have the opposite effect. However, Agesilaus understood his son's stubborn personality. He did not intend to use words to persuade him, but to let the facts of the future leave a deep impression on him. So he said in a tone that could not be refused, "This is an order." Although Archidamus was almost 40 years old and had led troops in a battle many times, he still had respect for his old father. He did not explicitly object, but reminded him, "I'm afraid those mercenaries will not accept this order." "They will accept it," Agesilaus said with certainty. Archidamus couldn't say anything more about this issue, so he changed the topic. "Father, the elders should have met the messenger of Corinth, right? What is the decision of the censor and the council of elders regarding their proposal?" Agesilaus said unhurriedly, "Although the Corinth have always been cunning and capricious and had once brought disaster to Sparta, I'm referring to the Corinth War, and remain neutral in the war against the Thebes, the Elder Council is still willing to believe Corinth's words. It's not just because the Corinth emissary said that the Dionysian fleet had ambushed their port and humiliated them greatly. They want revenge. And because Dionia has seriously damaged the interests of Corinth's people, they've been holding a grudge for a long time. Wait, Dionia damaged the interests of Corinth. What interests? Archidamus couldn't help but interrupt. Seeing the puzzled look on his son's face, Agesilaus covered his forehead with his hand, but he still patiently explained, "The fundamental interests of Sparta are in Peloponnesus. The fundamental interests of Athens are in the Aegean Sea, and the people of Corinth have been developing westward for a long time. They have many colonies in the western Mediterranean, including Caecula and Syracuse that we're familiar with. They used to be very rich by relying on trade with these colonies, but now..." Archidamus suddenly realized Dionia annexed all the city-states of Great Greece, which made Corinth hate them. No wonder they agreed so easily to open the port of the Eastern Isthmus and allow us to transport troops and food. The messenger of Corinth said that they will unite all the city-states of Greece to fight against Dionia, and we also believe that they can do it. The people of Corinth are not good at war, but they are quite good at this aspect. When Agesilaus said this, he did not have the sarcasm of the other people of Sparta, but a bit of admiration. He still clearly remembered that when he was still a young man, the Peloponnesus War had been going on for almost 10 years, and Sparta had encountered crisis. Not only were they defeated in both naval and land battles, but the helots in the country were also constantly defecting. Sparta's prestige was greatly reduced, and just domestic affairs alone made them anxious, let alone sending troops to war. To make matters worse, the alliance between Sparta and Agos had expired, and Agos refused to renew the contract. Instead, they formed an alliance with Athens. The Peloponnesus alliance was also facing fragmentation, especially since Mandynia and Elis had their own interests and were in conflict with Sparta. Therefore, the power of Sparta was severely weakened, and they were forced to sign the Treaty of Nicias with Athens. However, because Sparta did not strictly abide by the contract, war could break out at any time, and the people of Agos were also restless. Sparta was facing a huge crisis. At that moment, Corinth stood up and carried out a magical diplomatic operation. Not only did he stabilize the Peloponnesus alliance, but he also prevented Athens and Argos from cooperating well. Instead, there was a gap between them, allowing Sparta to overcome this difficulty and finally win the war. Aeschylus exhaled lightly, blowing away the past, and said seriously, "Ionia is a power in the Western Mediterranean. It rose to power by annexing the colonial city-states of Greece for more than 20 years. To the local city-states, it's not only a little unfamiliar, but also more or less in conflict of interest. Now, this outsider has not only sent troops to run amok in the land of Peloponnesus, their fleet is also cruising freely in the Aegean Sea, which will inevitably make many city-states feel angry and threatened. Therefore, the Council of Elders believes that Corinth should be able to form a temporary alliance against Ionia." At this point, Aeschylus exhaled again and said softly, "But this alliance mentioned by Corinth, we can't count on it for the time being, because an alliance that wants to include more than half of the city-states in Greece and form a powerful army can't be done in a short period of time. What we lack now is time, right, Father?" Based on his experience in leading troops to fight against other Greek city-states in the past few years, Aeschylus could guess the reason for this. The Council of Elders has verbally agreed to Corinth's suggestion, but we all know very well that we can't count on this non-existent alliance at this stage. But the army of Ionia is already at our doorstep, and we can't maintain such a large army for a long time because of the lack of food. Aeschylus lightly hammered his broken leg with his hand and said solemnly, "There's one thing you probably don't know. In the past 2 days, the Dionysian fleet has not only been cruising in the Aegean Sea, but some warships full of soldiers have also approached our coast many times, pretending to land again. This has put a lot of pressure on the Council of Elders. It took me a lot of effort to convince the Council of Elders and the inspectors to take the risk and send out 7,000 soldiers. Now, there are less than 1,000 young warriors left in the territory of Sparta. We mainly rely on the old people, the Pariasis, and some Heloths to defend the territory. We don't have enough troops, and there's a great danger. So what we need to do now is to defeat this Dionysian army as soon as possible and then return to defend the territory of Sparta. As long as we win this victory, we can win more support from the Persia and revive the prestige of Sparta in Peloponnesus. It can also buy us more time to wait for the Greek alliance that Corinth's people mentioned to be established and fight with them against Ionia. Then we will have a greater chance of winning." As Aeschylus spoke, his emotions gradually became agitated. However, the commander of the Dionysian army seems to be more cautious. Archidamus reminded again with some worry. These days, the Ionia soldiers have been building their camp. They don't seem to have any intention of fighting with us in a short period of time. Maybe they want to wait for us to run out of food before attacking. Are we going to attack the camp of the Ionia? The Ionia will come out. Aeschylus replied confidently. Pausanias, the former king of Sparta. When the Corinth War broke out more than 10 years ago, he and Lysander were ordered to each lead an army to attack the Thebes together. The Elder Council of Sparta and the censors made a fatal mistake. They only considered the abilities and positions of these 2 men when they chose their commanders. But they forgot that these 2 men had long regarded each other as enemies because of their opposing political ideals. As a result, Pausanias, who should have met up with Lysander's army in time, did not arrive. This caused Lysander to defend against the attack of the Thebes alone, which eventually led to a crushing defeat. The hero of Sparta also died on the battlefield. When the news reached Sparta, the people were extremely sad. Under the instigation of Lysander's supporters, they strongly demanded that Pausanias be tried. In the end, Pausanias was banished from Sparta, never to return. For a king of Sparta who loved his hometown deeply, this punishment was far crueler than death. In the end, Pausanias chose to settle in Tegea because it was very close to Sparta. Chapter 1175. So even though Pausanias was exiled due to his crimes, the Tegeans still treated him as a VIP. In the next 10 years or so, Pausanias did not waste his time. He worked hard to become a bridge between Tegea and Sparta, and actively integrated into Tegea society. Not only did he befriend many Tegea counselors, but he was also elected to the Tegea Noble Council. However, due to the prolonged war with the Thebes, even the Tegea alliance, which had a close relationship with Sparta, had to provide a large amount of military rations every year. They also had to send their citizens to assist in the war. Even with Pausanias' efforts to mend the gap, the Tegeans who were dissatisfied with Sparta continued to grow. So when the Sparta army suffered a crushing defeat in Leuctra, the Arcadians wanted to form an alliance and seek to break away from Sparta. Under such circumstances, many Tegeans were motivated. In the end, the anti-Sparta faction gained the upper hand in the council, and Tegea joined the Arcadia Union. The pro-Sparta faction secretly informed Sparta of this news, and that was how Sparta warned the Arcadians to immediately cancel the alliance, or else war would come. The Arcadia Union, led by Mandinia, refused. Even though a conflict broke out in Tegea, Tegea still decided to follow the Arcadia Union and fight against Sparta. Seeing that the dark clouds of war were about to envelop Tegea, the Tegeans began to panic. Pausanias wanted to take this opportunity to persuade the Tegeans to return to Sparta's embrace. But in the end, the Dionia suddenly invaded Messenia, and the entire situation changed. Dionia, Pausanias vaguely remembered that it was a newly established city-state in Great Greece. When Phoebidas returned from his diplomatic mission to Great Greece, he spoke ill of this city-state and was ridiculed by many. As the overlord of Greece, Sparta did not even pay attention to this little colonial city-state. After Pausanias went into seclusion in Tegea, news became even more isolated, and he occasionally heard rumors. Dionia won the war with Syracuse. Dionia won the war with Carthage. At that time, he could only sigh. This city-state is quite warlike. After that, he threw it to the back of his mind and did not pay much attention to this city-state. After all, the affairs of the Western Mediterranean were still too far away for a landlocked city-state like Tegea. Pausanias was more concerned about the affairs of Peloponnesus. Now, the kingdom of the Western Mediterranean had sent an army across the sea to attack Sparta, and they struck a fatal blow to Sparta. Messenia was seized, and Sparta suffered heavy losses. Then, the Arcadia Union and Dionia formed an alliance, and the anti-Sparta faction in Tegea completely gained the upper hand. Pausanias saw this, and his heart ached. At one point, he even thought of leaving Tegea, but where could he go? These days, he had locked himself in his house. On one hand, it was to prevent himself from being attacked by the anti-Sparta faction, and on the other hand, he did not want to see the terrible situation and worry himself. One night, after dinner, Pausanias was taking a stroll in the courtyard to digest his food. A servant rushed to him and reported, "Master, there is someone outside asking to see you." "Who is it?" "He said he's an old friend of yours, but his attire is a little mysterious." Puzzled, Pausanias personally came to the door. There were two people standing outside the door. A slave was supporting another hooded man. "What do you want?" Pausanias asked coldly. His eyes widened as he tried to see the face of the hooded man. The man said, "Pausanias, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You have grown old." "You are?" The voice was both familiar and strange, and Pausanias could not remember who it was. The man suddenly lifted his hood, and Pausanias was shocked. "Agesilaus, why are you here? If you shout any louder, my life will be over," Agesilaus reminded half-jokingly. Pausanias immediately came to his senses and quickly looked at the street outside the door. Fortunately, it was quiet and no one was around. He quickly welcomed the two into the house, closed the door, and said in a low voice, "Agesilaus, you are the king of Sparta, the commander of the Sparta army. During the war, you ignored the army and risked your life to sneak here. Do you think Tegea is still the Tegea of the past? It is very dangerous here. If you are discovered and captured, it will be a huge blow to the Sparta army. Can they still win against the Dionia people?" Pausanias looked distressed. His words were full of reprimand, as if he was still the king of Sparta. Agesilaus, however, laughed. Although you have left Sparta for more than 10 years, you are still a citizen of Sparta. I don't have time to chat with you now, Pausanias said with a serious expression. Get out of the city now. If the people who arrange for you to enter the city dare not help anymore, I will arrange it for you. Agesilaus stopped smiling and looked at the old king. With an extremely solemn expression, he replied in a low voice, I sneaked into Tegea to save Sparta. Only by making Tegea completely under Sparta's control can we have a chance to win against the Dionysian army. Otherwise, Sparta will cease to exist. Pausanias was stunned, and then asked with concern, Is the situation in Sparta serious now? Very serious. Agesilaus immediately told him the difficulties and dangers faced by the Sparta army. Pausanias was stunned for a long time. When worry crawled all over his wrinkled face, he let out a long sigh. Now that the anti-Sparta faction in Tegea has a clear upper hand, it will be difficult to make Tegea become an ally of Sparta in a short period of time. As long as we have your help, we can do it. Agesilaus answered confidently, and then he revealed his plan. After listening, Pausanias' expression changed. He thought of the disaster that the Tegeans who had a good relationship with him were about to face, and could not help but say, Isn't this too cruel? If we don't do this, the fate that Sparta will face will be even more tragic than this. Agesilaus said in a heavy tone. Pausanias was silent for a moment, then said with a determined expression, You wait here. I will now hurry up and contact all the most trustworthy Tegea counselors who are closest to Sparta. Pausanias, Agesilaus stopped him and said with a solemn expression, I believe that after we defeat the Dionysian army, the council of elders, the censors, and the people will forgive the mistakes you have committed. At that moment, the 70-year-old former king of Sparta suddenly seemed to have tears in his eyes. He sniffed and said emotionally, Agesilaus, you are also old. I didn't expect that today's Sparta will be saved by us two old fellows who are about to die. Ever since the siege of Mandinia was resolved, the Dionysian army had been staying in the camp. This was because Clotho-Catax had adopted Printo's suggestion. They had received news from the Sicarian that the First Fleet had begun to patrol the Aegean Sea and cut off the main food transportation channel of the Sparta mercenaries. Although Clotho-Catax was worried that the actions of the First Fleet would arouse the dissatisfaction of the other Greek city-states, Printos was more concerned about the fact that the First Fleet's initiative to attack would put the Sparta army in a difficult position because Sparta's national strength was severely damaged at this time, and most of its former allies had defected. Unlike Dionia, which had an endless stream of ships transporting supplies to Messenia every day, it would not have enough food to maintain such a large army. As long as the Dionysian army held their ground, it would not take long for the Sparta army to collapse or be forced to take some risky military action. By then, the Dionysian army would be able to achieve victory at a smaller cost. Therefore, when the scouts in the mountains found out that about 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers from Sparta were meeting up with the Sparta mercenaries in Tegea, not only did Printos not feel nervous, he was very relaxed. This was because the addition of the Sparta army would undoubtedly lead to a shortage of food. At the same time, the defense in Sparta's territory would inevitably become weak due to the lack of troops. Therefore, he suggested to Clotho-Catax, first, continue to build defensive measures in the camp to guard against the attack of the Sparta army. Second, order the Sicarian to continue to try to land on the coast of Sparta's territory and put pressure on the Sparta people. Third, send out more scouts and soldiers, expand the scope of investigation to the north of Tegea, and do their best to destroy and cut off any possible food supply routes for the Sparta army. Clotho-Catax adopted each of these suggestions, and then it was up to Printos to persuade the commanders of the army to carry them out. Half a day later, Clotho-Catax received a messenger from the Thebes. The news from a messenger not only shocked Clotho-Catax, but also made Printos' mood sour. Delphi, the priests of Olympia, and Corinth's people were running around, planning to form a Greek city-state alliance to fight against Ionia. Whether it was Clotho-Catax or Printos, from the day they set foot on the land of Peloponnesus, everything went smoothly. Despite the warnings of the Devers and Leotychides before they left, they still had the illusion that they should be able to complete the task given by the king of Devers step by step. If it were not for the reminder of the Thebes, they would never have thought that the arrival of the Dionysian army would cause such a strong resistance in the Greek Holy Land, and that the Dionysian army was ready to drown them in a monstrous wave. Chapter 1176. When was the last time most of the Greek city-states formed an alliance? The Greek War of Hippo, 100 years ago. They were treating Dionia as an enemy like Persia. This was very uncomfortable for Clodo, Catax, and Printos, who had Greek blood flowing in their veins and had a Greek complex. Therefore, when the messenger left, both of them looked very solemn. Printos was the first to break the silence. He comforted Clodo Catax. "Your Highness, you don't have to worry too much. The Thebes have already said that forming an alliance that includes most of the Greek city-states will take a long time. We still have enough time to conquer Sparta. Once Sparta is conquered, Messenia will belong to us again. The Arcadia Union will still be our ally. Elis has also expressed goodwill to us. This way, we will have more than half of Peloponnesus. In addition, the Thebes will also support us. Even if other city-states form an alliance to fight against us, their strength will be greatly weakened. We can defeat them with our current strength and dominate the situation in Greece." Clodo Catax pondered for a while and said cautiously, "Our arrival is like poking a hornet's nest. I didn't expect Delphi, Olympia, and Corinth to hate us so much. I'm afraid that this will complicate the situation in Greece. Many things may become uncertain. Indeed, the most important thing for us now is to hurry up and defeat the army of Sparta. We need to get rid of this strong enemy first. Moreover, defeating Sparta will increase our prestige. It will also serve as a deterrent to the other Greek city-states." "Your Highness is right." Printos nodded in agreement. "I think we can report." The voice of the royal guard suddenly came from outside the tent. "What is it? An urgent letter from Messenia?" Clodo Catax opened the letter. He gradually frowned and fell in a deep thought. Although Printos was curious, he did not take the initiative to ask. After a while, Clodo Catax put down the letter and said, "Senator Tisius wrote that Naupactos has sent an envoy, hoping to let some of their people return to their mother state, Messenia." "Naupactos?" Printos thought for a while and said with some doubt, "I remember that this city-state is located on the north coast of Corinth Bay, near the exit of the bay. During the Peloponnesus War, it was not only an ally of Athens, but it was also the naval base of Athens in Corinth Bay. Athens' Admiral Phormio once won a naval victory there. Athens' Admiral Demosthenes used it as a military base and almost conquered Acarnania, Amnacia, Aetolia, and Locris. But why did this city-state make? Lord Printos is indeed worthy of being the chief of staff. You are very familiar with the military campaigns that have taken place in the past." Clodo Catax praised and then explained in detail. Before the Peloponnesus War, there was a large-scale riot in Sparta dominated by the Messenians. Sparta could not put it out with the help of Athens' reinforcements. Finally, they reached a compromise with these heroics and allowed them to leave Sparta's territory. Athens helped some of the escaped Messenians to establish Naupactos. It is said that it was from the suggestion of Pericles. The famous chief general of Athens did have a long-term vision. So during the Peloponnesus War, Naupactos has been a firm ally of Athens and played an important role. After the war, Naupactos was forced to dissolve the covenant with Athens. But in recent years, Sparta has been exhausted by the war and its strength has been greatly weakened. Naupactos has once again been in close contact with Athens. Printos was born as a Turkish commoner. He was talented and intelligent, but because of his poor family, he did not receive much education when he was young. Later, when Dionia was established, he was the first to respond to the call of the Devers and attended the adult class of the Turkish school. After he became illiterate, he had not stopped learning. But after all, he was old, so he focused his energy on military research. The new generation of Dionia's citizens received a more comprehensive education from an early age. They were more knowledgeable and involved in a wider range of subjects. As a prince, Crotocatax not only had to receive education from the school, but he also had to complete the study tasks assigned to him by the Devers. The amount of knowledge he possessed was more extensive than that of ordinary people of his age. The people of Novpactos have asked to join Messenia on the grounds that they are descendants of Messenia. Printos carefully thought about what Clotocatax had just said. He quickly reacted and said, "But they have close contact with Athens. I am afraid that Athens has secretly instigated them. Now that the First Fleet is patrolling the Aegean Sea, Athens is already dissatisfied, and now there are Delphi and the priests of Olympia secretly operating. Once Messenia becomes unstable because of their participation, not only will the kingdom's efforts to invest in Messenia be destroyed, but it will also cause problems for the army's retreat. We have to be careful." Lord Tisius is also aware of this problem, so he wrote to ask for instructions. Clotocatax raised the papyrus scroll in his hand, but there was some hesitation on his face. "But we have already issued a call to the whole of Greece. Welcome the immigrants of Messenia back to our mother country." "We have just said that not long ago, so how can we go back on our words now?" "Your Highness, we do not need to go back on our words," Printos suggested. "We just need to postpone this matter and say, in principle, Messenia agrees to let them return to their mother country, but because there are too many of them returning, Messenia does not have enough houses and land for them to settle down. When Messenia is fully prepared, we will take the initiative to tell them to return." Clotocatax pondered. "You mean, after we defeat Sparta and stabilize the situation in Peloponnesus, we will agree to the request of the people of Novpactos? Even after we have taken control of the situation in Greece, we can inform Novpactos. After all, Messenia is under our control, so the timing is up to us. Anyway, we did not go back on our words." Clotocatax nodded and picked up a pen and paper. He deliberated for a while and prepared to write a reply. At this time, a guard outside the tent came to report. "Your Highness, the officer in charge of patrolling the West Gate has brought a man from Elis. He has very important news to tell you." "Elis?" Clotocatax was curious and puzzled. He put down the pen and said, "Let him in." Under the supervision of 2 palace guards, a Greek man dressed as a shepherd walked into the tent nervously. When he saw Clotocatax sitting at the head of the table, he immediately shouted, my lord, my master is Elislala. He wrote a letter and asked me to hand it to the commander of the Dionysian army. I took the letter, but I was afraid of being discovered, so I did not dare to take the main road. I ran for 2 days on the mountain roads and did not eat much. I am so tired. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly take out the letter," Printos said in a deep voice. When a man was stared at by Printos's sharp eyes, he suddenly trembled in fear and quickly took out the letter from his bosom. The guard immediately handed the letter over to him. Clotocatax opened the letter. The content of the letter made his heart sink. He stared at the letter for a while. When he calmed down, he raised his head and said to the guard, "Take him to eat a good meal first. Then tell the financial officer to give him 5 silver coins as a reward." "Yes. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The man was so happy that he bowed again and again. Then he remembered something and quickly said, "My lord, please write a reply to let my master rest assured." Clotocatax nodded. After the guard and the messenger left, Printos immediately asked, "Your Highness, did something big happen?" Although Clotocatax hid it well, Printos still saw some clues. Clotocatax silently handed the letter to him. Printos quickly read the letter, and his expression became solemn. "Your Highness," the letter says, "the Olympia priest and the Pisons have persuaded the Elysian Parliament to join the Greek Union to fight against us." The letter also says, at the Elysian Parliament, the Olympia priests declare that their people will soon persuade the Oconus to rebel against the Arcadia Union. If the situation is, as the letter says, the situation will be very disadvantageous to us. Clotocatax clenched his hands tightly. Although he seemed a little nervous, he still analyzed the situation seriously. "When I was in Messenia, I heard from Lord Tisius that the father of this Elysian Parliament member, Ionicus, was a Messenian. He once witnessed our army recapture Messenia from the hands of Sparta. He also stayed in Messenia for a period of time and liberated Heroics with Tisius. He has a good impression of the kingdom of Dionia. That's why he wrote us this letter immediately after he heard the news. I'm afraid that if we fail, the newly independent Messenia will once again be occupied by the Sparta. So, I don't think he would lie to us. If Elysian Parliament becomes our enemy, and Oconus or more Arcadia cities also rebel, then our path of retreat will be threatened. Messenia is likely to be attacked, and the battle with Sparta will not be easy, Printos said in a low voice. Clotocatax rubbed his hands and asked hesitantly, should we lead the army back to Messenia first and see how the situation changes before deciding on the next step of the military operation? Top point. Chapter 1177. Your Highness, we can't retreat. Printos immediately objected. Now that the Sparta army is about to engage us in battle, if we retreat now, not only will the soldiers complain, but our previous efforts will also be in vain. The Sparta army will be able to catch a breather, and the other Greek city-states will look down on us. They might even form an alliance with the Sparta people and fight against us together. If that happens, it will be even more difficult for us to defeat the Sparta army. Not only can we not retreat now, but we should also speed up our attack on the Sparta army before the Greek city-states are ready. As long as we can defeat the Sparta army, the situation will become favorable to us. After all, this was Clotocatax's first time leading an army, and he lacked experience. Coupled with the bad news coming one after another, he panicked and chose to be conservative under the pressure. With Printo's reminder, he immediately realized that if he did that, the war would undoubtedly prolong. Not only would it consume a lot of the country's resources, but it would also increase the number of casualties. It would also disappoint his father, who had always been aggressive in battles. Thinking of this, he pulled himself together and immediately said, Lord Printos, you are right. We should speed up our attack on the Sparta army, but what should we do? Your Highness, first of all, we should send messengers to inform our garrison in Messenia to strengthen the defense of the northern border and get ready to mobilize the Messenians at any time. Printos patiently suggested, secondly, we should send some scouts and soldiers to the west to investigate not only the situation in the Elise region, but also the movements of the Arcadia Union Army, just in case. After that, Your Highness, you should write a letter to the Sicerian king about our current predicament and urge him to attack the coast of Sparta. At the same time, we will lead our main force into the Tegea territory. We will not take the initiative to attack the Sparta camp first. Instead, we will pretend to build a new camp at the border of Tegea and Sparta, forcing the Sparta army to leave their camp and fight us. What if the Sparta army decided to stay in their camp and join forces with the Elis army before fighting us? Clotocatax couldn't help but ask. Then we'll build a camp there and block the way for Sparta to return home. Then, we'll send some soldiers to cooperate with the First Fleet and invade Sparta's territory from the north. I don't think Sparta would want to see that happen, Printos said calmly. After listening to Printos, Clotocatax fell into deep thought and did not respond for a long time. Printos could not help but ask, Your Highness, do you think there are any shortcomings in my plan? Clotocatax could tell that Printos was a little dissatisfied, so he quickly said apologetically, Lord Printos, your suggestion is very good. I have no objections. I'm sorry, I was a little distracted just now because your plan inspired me and gave me an idea. Clotocatax's apology not only made Printos feel better, but also made him feel ashamed of himself for being too narrow-minded. So he asked seriously, Your Highness, do you have any good ideas? When I was in Turiae, I read the history of the major Greek cities in detail. The reason why Elis expressed goodwill to us before was because although it was a member of the Peloponnesus alliance, it had a grudge against Sparta during the Peloponnesus War because of the ownership of Lepreon. Before the Corinth War, Sparta's army invaded Elis territory and forcibly occupied some of its territories. After the signing of the Great King's Peace Treaty, Sparta supported Pisa and forcibly transferred the right to host the Olympia that originally belonged to Elis to Pisa. Since then, The people of Elis hated Sparta to the core. So when they learned that our army was going to fight with Sparta, they were very happy and even sent Ionicus to Messenia with the fleet. Now, the reason why Elis agreed to join the Greek alliance against us is probably because Pisa voluntarily surrendered to it, giving it the opportunity to completely unify the western region of Peloponnesus. But it forgot that if we were really defeated and withdrew from Peloponnesus, once Sparta regained its strength, it would still compete with it for the dominance of the western region. So, we should send a diplomat, Chaereas, to Elis and make a promise to them. We don't necessarily need Elis to support us, but as long as Elis can remain neutral, Dionia will support Elis to become the leader of the western region of Peloponnesus. Even if the people of Elis don't agree to our proposal in the end, they will hesitate and argue, which will delay the military mobilization against us. What do you think, Sir Printos? Clotocatax's suggestion made the eyes of Printos, who only focused on military matters, light up. He sincerely praised, "Your Highness, your suggestion is really wonderful. I think we should not only send Chaereas to Elis, but also send him to other city-states to disrupt the situation in Greece that is beginning to be unfavorable to us." Clotocatax and Printos hurriedly carried out their plan, but on the second day, they received news from scouts. The Sparta army was attacking the city of Tegea. The Sparta army's initiative to attack made Printos feel that this was a good opportunity to fight the Sparta army. So, under his suggestion, Clotocatax left 3,000 soldiers to guard the camp and led the army to rescue the Sparta army. The road to Tegea was relatively narrow and uneven, with high hills on both sides. The experienced Printos did not let Clotocatax advance rashly. Instead, he suggested that they first send the mountain scouts to investigate the surrounding situation. Sure enough, they found the Sparta army lying in ambush in the mountains. So, Clotocatax sent out a mixed group of light armored soldiers and light infantry to attack the Sparta army lying in ambush on the hills. The battle was not fierce. The Sparta army did not have any Sparta warriors. Most of them were mercenaries, and they did not have any heavy infantry. After their whereabouts were exposed, they quickly chose to retreat in the face of the well-trained light armored soldiers and light infantry of Dionia. But the battle in the mountains delayed them. Seeing that it was almost dusk, the Dionysian army had to find a place to camp and rest. On the morning of the third day, the Dionysian army continued their march, but in order to prevent ambushes and harassment from the Sparta army, they did not march quickly. It was not until the morning that the vanguard entered the territory of Tegea. The Tegea, Mandinia Plains was one of the rare large flatlands in the Arcadia region. It was a long and narrow area that stretched from north to south. Rivers crisscrossed it, and the land was relatively fertile. It was a famous wheat-growing area on the entire Peloponnesus Peninsula, as well as the granary of the Arcadia region. The soldiers trekked through the mountains and came to the open plains. Seeing the lush green wheat fields everywhere, undulating in the gentle breeze, all of them felt refreshed. Clotocatax did not have the leisure to enjoy the scenery, because he had already received a report from a scout. The Sparta army was attacking the city of Tegea. The battle was very fierce, and it seemed that the Tegeans had suffered heavy casualties and were on the verge of collapsing. Before this, Printos and the other generals had analyzed the situation. Tegea had been under the protection of the Sparta army for a long time, and unlike the Mandinians, it did not meticulously build its own walls. Its walls had not been maintained for a long time, and there were no trenches or other defensive facilities outside the city. But Tegea was, after all, one of the largest states in the Arcadia region. It had a large population, and it should be able to hold out for a while. How could he die so quickly? However, the reports from the scouts were all the same. Sparta's army had completely surrounded Tegea city, and Sparta's soldiers had already attacked the top of Tegea city several times. Corpses were strewn all over the city. Without a doubt, under the assault of tens of thousands of Sparta's soldiers, Tegea city was in grave danger. Clotocatax and Printos would never allow Tegea city to fall into the hands of Sparta. First of all, it was still spring, and the people of Tegea still had plenty of food in their homes. This would greatly alleviate the food shortage of the Sparta army. Second, Sparta had conquered Tegea city, which was located in the center of the plains. Now that they had a firm foothold in the plains, they could continue to threaten Mandinia in the north and gain a certain strategic advantage. Thus, Clodo Catax issued an order: increase the speed of the march, advance towards Tegea city. At the same time, the Dionia prince added another order: try not to trample on the wheat fields. Tegea city was only a few dozen miles away from the southwestern border. The terrain was flat, and the Dionysian army's advance was relatively fast. By noon, the vanguard could already see the outline of Tegea city. At this time, Clodo Catax received another report from the scouts. Most of the Sparta army had withdrawn, and they had begun to arrange their soldiers to face the west. The Sparta army is now preparing for a decisive battle with us. When Clodo Catax saw that his goal was about to be achieved so quickly, he was first overjoyed, but then he felt nervous. After all, the upcoming decisive battle would determine the success or failure of the Dionysian army, as well as the life and death of tens of thousands of soldiers. Of course, Printos was much calmer. He suggested that the army should temporarily advance, and, at the same time, he requested to observe the formation of the Sparta army from a closer distance. After hearing this, Clodo Catax also expressed his desire to go, and he even used the excuse that my father often personally observes battles to shut the mouths of those who try to persuade him. Chapter 1178. As a precaution, the 1st Cavalry Legion sent 500 cavalrymen to protect them. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of Tegea city. From afar, they could see tens of thousands of Sparta soldiers spreading out from the south to the southwest of Tegea city. The scene was noisy and chaotic, and the shouts and cries of "kill" could be heard coming from the top of Tegea city. Obviously, Sparta was still unwilling to give up on the siege, and they were still making their last effort. Seeing that Clodo Catax and his cavalrymen were still approaching, Sparta's formation also sent out many cavalrymen, intending to drive them away. To prevent any accidents, Printos had to order Clodo Catax to retreat immediately. On the way back, Clodo Catax saw that Printos was frowning and deep in thought, so he couldn't help but ask, "Is there any problem with Sparta's formation?" Printos came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, did you see those real Sparta warriors? They are actually lined up on the left side of the formation." After being reminded by Printos, Clodo Catax recalled the scene he had seen before. In the battle formation that stretched for several miles, thousands of Sparta warriors wearing traditional red cloaks were indeed lined up on the southernmost side. Clodo Catax had spent some time in the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and he had participated in the study of previous battles that took place in the Mediterranean Sea. He knew that due to the small population, Sparta rarely fought independently in large-scale battles. Most of the battles were fought under the command of the Allied forces, and Sparta's own warriors would often be concentrated on the right side, relying on Sparta's traditional left-turn tactic to determine the final outcome of the battle. But this time, Sparta's warriors were actually concentrated on the left side, which was indeed unexpected. He thought for a moment and said, "Is it because of the defeat of Leuctra, Sparta thought that their traditional tactics were no longer suitable, so they changed their formation? Or they just casually arranged a formation and pretended to engage us in battle, just to delay our rescue of Tegea?" Printos knew that with Sparta's current situation, the only person who could lead and command such a large army was their old king, Agesilaus. He knew about the old general's past battles. Agesilaus' style was cunning and unpredictable, which was very different from the traditional generals of Sparta. This change in the battle formation that was different from the past definitely caught his attention, but he could not guess the real intention of the other party. He temporarily suppressed his doubts and said, "Your Highness, you are right. We should save Tegea first." But when the Dionysian army approached Tegea, the Sparta army had all stopped attacking the city and continued to line up on the east side of the Dionysian army. It seemed that they were prepared to fight the Dionysian army to the death here. Clodocatax immediately gathered all the commanders together and told them about the battle plan that he had discussed with Printos. "Your Highness, our first legion is the strongest, but you arranged us to the left wing and let Legio IV to the right wing to fight against the Sparta warriors. I think this is a little unreasonable." Tessus objected. "I think it's reasonable. Legio IV is completely capable of defeating the Sparta army in the front and establishing victory for the entire battle." Not only did Olivers refute loudly, but he also acted like a veteran. "Tessus, I couldn't tell. You've just become a commander, and you're already looking down on us." "Sir Olivers, how would I dare?" Tessus complained, but did not back down. "I'm just saying the truth for the sake of victory." Seeing this, Clodocatax hurriedly stepped forward and advised, "Stop fighting, both of you. I believe that Legio IV's combat strength can completely resist and even defeat the Sparta army's attack. But the key to victory lies on our left wing. Commander Tessus, you must lead the First Legion to defeat the enemy in front of you as soon as possible, and then attack the enemy's flank in the middle, thereby winning the entire battle. I hope you can do it." Tessus's spirit was lifted, and he immediately said confidently, "Your Highness, please rest assured that the First Legion has never disappointed the commander." The conflict seemed to have been resolved, but then the commander of the 7th Legion, Tegdalos, said with dissatisfaction, "Your Highness, you're being too unfair to the 7th Legion. The soldiers guarding Messenia are the soldiers of the 7th Legion. The soldiers guarding the new camp are the soldiers of the 7th Legion. Now that the battle is about to begin, the reserves are the soldiers of the 7th Legion. The 7th Legion worked so hard to accompany you to the Peloponnesus Peninsula, but in the end, they didn't even win a single battle. How are they going to face their families when they go back?" The more he said, the more aggrieved Tegdalos felt. His voice became louder and louder, attracting the attention of the surrounding soldiers. Compared to the 7th Legion, the other legions had, after all, benefited. The commanders quickly lowered their heads and looked as if it had nothing to do with them. Although Clodocatax was contradicted like this, he was not angry. Instead, he advised apologetically, "Commander Tegdalos, the commander of the Sparta army, is King Agesilaus. He has always been good at using troops, and I'm afraid it won't be easy to win this battle. So, by using the 7th Legion as the reserves, I hope that you can influence the entire battle at the critical moment and win for us. Even if we defeat Sparta, our war in Greece will not end here. In future military operations, I promise you that the 7th Legion will be the first to be considered." After hearing these words, Tegdalos' expression became slightly better, and he immediately said, "The 7th Legion will perform the duties of the reserves well." Tegdalos looked burly, but he was actually very thoughtful. Before leaving Turiae, the Devers specifically talked to him, and he felt the high expectations the king of Devers had for Clodocatax. How could he risk offending the king by not carrying out the order? He was just taking the opportunity to make a scene to attract the prince's attention and earn more benefits for the 7th Legion. After all, compared to the 1st, 4th, and Legio VI, the 7th Legion did not have much of an advantage. Time is of the essence. All commanders, please return to your legions immediately after receiving your mission. Watching the commanders leave on their horses, Printos, who had been silent all this while, finally praised sincerely, "Well done, Your Highness." Muklu, who was at the side, understood why Printos said that. As the commander of the Dionysian army, when faced with the doubts of his subordinates, he could resolve it with just one sentence. This was an order. After all, according to the military law of Dionia, once an order was given, the lower-ranking officers must strictly carry it out. However, Clodocatax still patiently persuaded these officers at this time. It could be seen that the saying that His Highness is humble was indeed not empty words. Under the orders of the commanders and the command of the various commanders, all the soldiers of the Dionysian army moved quickly. Although the Dionysian army started to get into formation later than the Sparta army, after half an hour, the Dionysian army's formation was basically complete, The first legion on the left, Legio 6 in the middle, and Legio 4 on the right. The formation was 15 rows thick and about 4 miles long. The first cavalry legion was divided into 1,000 cavalrymen each, positioned at the two ends of the formation. Agesilaus, who was standing in front of the formation and observing the formation of the Dionysian army, frowned when he saw that the opponent was moving quickly and stopped making noise. He looked back at the messy formation behind him and could not help but say, "Hurry up," and urged the commanders to speed up the formation. "Father," Archidamus was a little hesitant. "Didn't you ask them to deliberately slow down the formation?" "I think even if they don't deliberately slow down, the Dionia army should be in formation first," Agesilaus said helplessly. "Hurry up and inform them. If the Dionians suddenly attack, how can we fight when our formation is still in such a mess?" "Yes, father." Archidamus quickly ran back to the formation. Agesilaus looked at Dionia's army formation again, but all he could see was darkness. After looking at it for a while, he still couldn't tell where the advantage of the Dionia army was. Instead, he felt his eyes turning sour. He had no choice but to give up observing the enemy's formation. He held his cane and slowly walked back to the back of the army formation under the protection of the guards. The sun had begun to move towards the west, and the warm sunlight shone on the Tegea plains. On the east side was the dazzling Sparta army's formation that was 4 miles long, while on the west side was the pitch-black Dionia army's formation that was also 4 miles long. The two armies were separated by 3 miles, and both were surrounded by green wheat fields. They looked like two yellow and black parallel lines drawn on a green cloth, and the northern midpoint of these two parallel lines was Tegea City. "Father, the formation is ready. Why aren't you attacking yet?" Archidamus hurried over and asked. "Don't rush. Wait a while more." Agesilaus glanced at him and said calmly, "What are you waiting for?" "The soldiers have been waiting for half an hour. The sun will set if we wait any longer," Archidamus urged anxiously. Agesilaus' face immediately darkened, and he said sternly, "You should stay with your soldiers, not come here to mess around. Hurry up and go back." Agesilaus looked at Archidamus' back and subconsciously rubbed his face with his hands. In fact, he was not waiting, but he was afraid. A veteran who had been on the battlefield for decades was actually afraid? But that was the truth. Although Agesilaus had experienced countless wars, it was his first time commanding a battle that could decide Sparta's life and death. Furthermore, the opponent was the powerful Dionia. He had just witnessed how well-trained the enemy's soldiers were. Although he had made meticulous arrangements for this battle, he felt inexplicably guilty when the battle was about to start. The life and death of Sparta depended on his command, and he found it difficult to open his mouth. Chapter 1179. Suddenly, Agesilaus' body swayed a few times, and he almost fell. His servants quickly held him up. In order to raise morale and observe the enemy's situation, he had to stand for a long time. His old body could no longer support him, so he could only helplessly sit on the wooden chair that had been prepared. The commander of the Dionysian army, Clotocatax, was equally nervous. It was his first time commanding a battle, and he was faced with such a large-scale battle. Furthermore, the enemy was the Greek overlord, Sparta. Looking at the dazzling light walls that stretched endlessly on both sides, Clotocatax felt an invisible pressure. He knew that his command would determine the life and death of thousands of Dionia's soldiers, so he had been hesitating. "Your Highness, the soldiers are almost done resting. You can give the order to attack now." Printos stepped forward and reminded him softly. Should we wait a little longer?" Clotocatax asked, feeling a little guilty. Printos intentionally looked up at the sky and said, "If we wait any longer, I'm afraid today's battle will have to be canceled. If we miss this opportunity, I don't know when we'll be able to capture the Sparta army again. The situation will become more and more unfavorable for us." Printo's words caused Clotocatax's expression to change. He was silent for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, "Then let's attack. Woo! Woo!" The sonorous sound of the bugle echoed in the west side of the Tegea plains. The various military flags that were originally raised high in the formation pointed to the east at the same time the bugle sounded. Advance! Just like the other team officers, Marquez gave the order to his team of soldiers. The group of soldiers shouted excitedly, pulled out the shields that were stuck in the mud, and carried them on their backs. In order to save the soldiers' strength and make it easier to march, the weapons merchant added a long strip of cloth to the inside of the shields according to the requirements of the Ministry of Military Affairs. With it, the soldiers could carry the shields on their shoulders. They held spears and javelins in their hands and moved forward steadily with the other groups of soldiers. The battle was about to begin, and Marquez was a little excited. However, he was not as excited as his Greek soldiers. He knew that they were eager to defeat the Sparta warriors who had dominated Greece for decades. They wanted to prove that the Greek citizens of the Kingdom of Dionia were the strongest warriors in the Greek world. Therefore, Marquez was not worried about the morale of his soldiers at all. The Dionia had begun their attack. Agesilaus heard the bugle sound from the opposite side and unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Facing the mercenary general who came to ask for instructions, he said calmly, "Don't be in a hurry to blow the bugle. Let the Dionia advance a little further. This way, when we engage in battle, the city of Tegea will be behind them." As the Dionia soldiers advanced slowly, rows of wheat sprouts fell to the ground. The originally straight line of the Dionia army gradually became more distinct. The light infantries with brisk footsteps had passed through the checkerboard formation of the heavy infantries and walked in front. Next were the cavalry on both ends. Even though they did not let the war horse gallop in order to conserve horsepower, they were still moving faster than the light infantries. The Dionia light infantry spread out in a loose formation at the front of the left, middle, and right flanks. When they were about 2 miles away from the Sparta army, Agesilaus finally gave the order to attack. The left flanks were the Sparta warriors in red cloaks. The middle flanks were mainly mercenaries, and the right flanks were mercenaries who had retreated from the siege not long ago. Other than the right flanks being 10 rows thick, the middle flanks and left flanks were increased to 20 rows thick. Both flanks were Macedonian cavalry. It seemed like Agesilaus had arranged the most traditional Greek phalanx formation and was about to engage in the most standard Greek heavy infantries with the Dionysian army. The only difference was that countless light infantries passed through the gaps in the formation and advanced forward in a loose formation. Agesilaus had some understanding of the Dionysian army. He knew that the Dionysian army was good at using light infantries to attack first to disrupt the enemy's formation. That was why he had specially instructed the mercenary general to recruit more light infantries in order to counter and weaken the Dionia light infantries during the battle. "What did you say?" "The enemy has a lot of stone throwers." Clotocatax was surprised after listening to the scout's report. "Yes, Your Highness. The enemy threw a large number of flying stones at our light infantries from afar, causing some soldiers to be injured. I think the Sparta people might have recruited some stone throwers from Rhodes." Advisor Mukalu made his conjecture and sighed regretfully. "It's a pity that the original stone throwers in our first corps have all retired. Damn it, I should have asked my father to send some Bali people." Clotocatax was filled with regret. After the southern part of Iberia was incorporated into the Kingdom of Dionia, the Bali Islands naturally submitted to Dionia. The Devers allowed them to govern themselves and generously promised to solve their food shortage problem. However, they also made a request. If the war required, the Bali Islands must provide no less than 2,000 stone throwers. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The Spartans' light infantry is a temporary patchwork, and they are not as well trained as our soldiers. They are just taking advantage of the distance advantage. I think our light infantry will soon give them a taste of suffering," Printhos consoled. Clotocatax was skeptical, but at least he felt a little relieved. Not long after the light infantries of both sides fought, the cavalry of both sides also began to speed up. Although the tall wheat sprouts hindered the war horses to a certain extent, the cavalry had no time to think too much at this time. Soon, the cavalry of both sides collided. At both ends of the formation were 1,000 Ionia cavalry versus 750 Macedonian cavalry. Although the Daionia cavalry had the advantage in numbers, the Macedonian cavalry was as famous as the Thessaly cavalry in Greece. They were not weak in terms of horsemanship, fighting spirit, and combat effectiveness. Although the 1st Cavalry Legion was the first in name, it was different from the Infantry Legion. Its combat effectiveness could not be the best among the other legions. Even the newly established 5th Cavalry Legion, 6th Cavalry Legion, and 7th Cavalry Legion were stronger than it. The 5th Cavalry Legion was located in Iberia, and its main soldiers were from the conquered Lusitanian cavalry. The 6th Cavalry Legion was located in the Periver area, and its soldiers were all Gallic cavalry. As for the 7th Cavalry Legion, it was located in Hadrumetum, but it usually did not have a fixed number of personnel. Instead, it required the tribes of West Namibia to provide 3,000 to 4,000 cavalry when needed. It was the only light cavalry legion in the kingdom and the largest cavalry legion. Therefore, Cutius, who took office the year before last, felt the pressure and increased the intensity of the cavalry training. Leds could no longer ride for a long time due to his age and injuries, so he chose to retire. At this time, the outcome of the cavalry battle could not be determined in a short period of time. When the news reached the command center at the rear of the Daionia army, in order to prevent Clodo Catax from worrying again, Printos took the initiative to say, the reason why His Majesty did not send too many cavalry back then was because he considered that Peloponnesus had many mountains and few plains, so there was not much room for the cavalry to play. Moreover, the army was already consuming a lot of food for the expedition across the sea, and the cavalry consumed even more food. The Greek cavalry was not strong to begin with, so only 1 cavalry legion was sent. It is not our main force for victory. The main force for victory is our infantry legion. Clodo and Catax looked forward with expectation. As the entire army continued to move forward, the dust that was stirred up had already begun to pervade the air, blurring the line of sight. On the contrary, the screams continued to be heard, becoming clearer and clearer. The Daionia light infantry, who had suffered some minor losses, sped up and shortened the distance between them and the enemy. Then, the archers used their superb shooting skills that they had trained hard for many years to attack the enemy. The Cretan archers could only barely hold their ground. The javelins took the opportunity to rush forward, closing the distance to within 30 meters. They threw their javelins, but they were counterattacked by the large number of Thracian light shield men. Compared to the total number of Dionic light infantries, the 7th Legion's light infantries were left behind in the camp. The Spartan alliance had more than twice the number of light infantries. Although the individual units were not weak, they were put together at the last minute. Not only did they lack tacit cooperation, but they also often hindered each other from time to time. Moreover, they lacked experience in large-scale battles with light infantries. That was why the Dionic light infantries, which had fewer numbers, had the upper hand by relying on their nimble movements and skilled tactical cooperation. As the distance between the two armies got closer, the Sparta coalition light infantry, who were worried that they would be squeezed in the formation, hurriedly retreated. On the other hand, the Daionia light infantry remained fearlessly in front of the formation. They turned to attack the Sparta heavy infantry, who were slowly moving forward. Although the arrows falling from the sky did not cause much damage to them, they could slow down their advance and disrupt their formation. However, the heavy javelins that were thrown at them posed a threat to their lives. The mercenary heavy infantry in front of the formation could not dodge the javelins. Before they could enter the charging distance, they were forced to run, causing the already crooked formation to become even more uneven. The Daionia light infantry quickly withdrew from the gaps in the chessboard formation at the back. The small squares quickly closed up and formed a unified formation. Then, the commander shouted, "Prepare the javelins." At this time, most of the Sparta coalition soldiers had rushed within 40 meters of the formation. The timing was just right. This was the result of the long and arduous training of the Legion of Dionysia. Chapter 1180. Accompanied by the roar of the Legion of Dionysia soldiers, nearly 20,000 javelins flew out, covering the sky. The charge of the Sparta coalition army stopped instantly, followed by continuous screams. The frightened Sparta coalition army soldiers had just removed their shields when they were shocked to find countless javelins flying towards them. Although before the battle, Agesilaus specifically reminded the mercenary generals to be careful of the legion of Dionysia's heavy infantry throwing javelins when they approached, the mercenaries who had never fought with the Dionia were still unprepared. Taking advantage of the Sparta coalition army's formation being disrupted by the rain of javelins, the legionnaires shouted the name of Hades and launched a charge. The Dionia coalition army that was 4 miles long crashed into the Sparta coalition army like an avalanche. The Legio 6 soldiers were holding back their anger because they heard from the team officers that the commander ordered Legio 4 to fight the Sparta coalition army on the right flank, the 1st Legion on the left flank as the focus of the attack, and their Legio 6 was only in the middle to restrain the enemy. Why can't Legio 6 just restrain the enemy? The soldiers swore to let the young prince see the power of Legio 6, so they roared and concentrated all their strength on the long shield in their left hand, slamming hard into the enemy who was trying to restore their formation. The javelins in their right hand passed through the gap like lightning, accurately piercing the enemy hiding behind the shield. The Legio 6 soldiers attacked with all their might from the beginning, causing the Sparta coalition army in the middle to be even more disorganized due to the javelin attack. The Legio 4 soldiers held back in their charge because their opponent was the famous Sparta coalition army, so they had to be on guard. However, when the Spartans charged forward and started fighting, they realized that the Spartans' counterattack wasn't sharp. Under the fierce attacks of the soldiers, the Spartans seemed to be in a passive position. Although this made the soldiers heave a sigh of relief, they also felt a little disappointed. On the left flank, the 1st Legion army shouldered the heavy responsibility of winning the battle and also attacked with all their might. However, the mercenaries who had just been attacked by the rain of javelins tacitly retreated slowly, greatly reducing the charge of the 1st Legion army. At the same time, they launched fierce counterattacks from time to time during their steady defense, causing some casualties among the 1st Legion army's frontline soldiers. This forced the soldiers to stop advancing and began to patiently fight with the enemy. In general, the Dionysian army relied on the long-range attacks of the light infantry and the heavy infantry's javelin attacks to gain the upper hand from the beginning, causing the Sparta coalition army to be somewhat passive in the frontal confrontation. However, Agesilaus had expected this before the battle, so he thickened the columns of the left and middle armies, relying on a stronger pushing force to resist the impact of the 1st Legion army and gradually stabilize the situation of the battle. When the battle between the two armies returned to a stalemate, the scouts rushed back to the command center and reported to Clodocatax that the cavalry on both sides had defeated the Sparta coalition army's cavalry and were pursuing them. Clodocatax's nervous face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Although he knew that even if the cavalry won, the small number of cavalry wouldn't be able to play a big role in a war with tens of thousands of people, but it was still a good sign. He was about to say something to Printos to ease the tension in his heart when he suddenly heard the faint sound of a bugle horn. He was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard it wrong. However, the sound of the bugle continued and became clearer. He subconsciously looked around at the battlefield that was filled with the morning fog, and for a moment, he could not identify the source of the sound. At this moment, Printos had already given an order to Mukru with a serious expression. "This is not our bugle. Immediately send out a few strategists to investigate the surroundings and find out the source of the bugle as soon as possible." Yes, Mukru also realized the severity of the problem and immediately rushed to carry out the mission. "Sir Printos, could it be that Sparta's reinforcements are here?" Clodocatax asked worriedly. Printos turned around and pointed to the back and calmly comforted him. "Your Highness, don't worry. Even if Sparta's reinforcements are here, we can still defeat them." Behind and on both sides of the command center, there was also a relatively large square formation. Not only were there 3,000 heavy infantry from the 7th Legion, there were also 3 light armor brigades and a mountain reconnaissance brigade from other legions, totaling 7,000 people. Printos had used a quarter of the entire army as reserves. This decision was indeed a little too bold, but now it gave Clodo Katax confidence. Not long after the strategists set out, a scout returned. "Sir Commander, there are about 400 to 500 soldiers rushing out of Tegia City, and they've been blowing their bugles and advancing towards the battlefield. It's the bugle of the Tegians." Clodo Katax suddenly realized. "We saved Tegia, but the Tegians didn't send anyone out to express their gratitude. It's been a while since the battle started, and they only sent their troops out now." Mukru complained softly. The Tegians were attacked by the Sparta army before, and they probably suffered a lot of losses. With such a large-scale battle happening right at their doorstep, it's understandable for them to be vigilant. Clodo Katax explained for the sake of the Tegians. He then said excitedly, "Not only did they participate in the battle, but they also sent out so many soldiers. This will definitely help us win as soon as possible. Bring me the map of the current battle." Printos said. One of the strategists immediately handed over a wooden board that he carried with him. On it was a simple map of the battlefield that was drawn based on the information that Junshi had gathered. Printos took a look at it, and his expression immediately darkened. "Our cavalry has already defeated the Sparta cavalry, and you didn't make any corrections in time." Not in time. Information on the battlefield changes rapidly. If you're slow once, you'll be slow every time. How can you provide good support to the commander?" Printos reprimanded. "My lord, I was wrong. I'll correct it immediately." The strategist lowered his head in shame and wanted to take the wooden board back. However, Printos didn't give it to him immediately. Instead, he took the wooden board and asked the scout in a low voice, "Where are the Tegean army?" The scouts of Dionia had been specially trained. Not only were they good at riding, they had a strong sense of direction, sharp eyes, and were good at observing and estimating the number of troops. They were also good at recognizing and drawing maps. So, he only glanced at the wooden board for a moment before he pressed his finger on it without hesitation. "They're here." Printos focused his eyes and saw that the Tegean army was behind the left wing of the Dionia army, and not far south of Tegia City. "Your Highness, we should immediately send someone to inform the Tegeans and have them circle around the rear of the Sparta army and attack the right wing of Sparta," Printos suggested to Clodo Katax while gesturing on the wooden board. Clodo Katax immediately understood. He looked around and said, "In order to show respect to the Tegia people, Muklu, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there." "Yes, my lord." "Wait. Let the guide from Andinia, Kalasinos, go with you. It'll be easier to communicate with the Tegeans this way." It should be said that Clodo Katax was very thoughtful. Mukru accepted the order and left. Printos looked to the north thoughtfully. Due to the dust blocking his vision, he couldn't see the Tegean army that was 2 miles away. He felt a little uneasy in his heart, but he couldn't figure out where this uneasiness came from. Agesilaus also heard the incessant bugle. He stood up again and looked towards the north. His face, that was as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some ripples. "The Tegeans have finally come out. It's time for our warriors to take action." Up until now, Marquez, who was at the front of the army, was getting more and more surprised. His soldiers had already done their best, but not only were the enemies not at a disadvantage, he could also feel the coldness and bloodlust in their sharp eyes through the narrow eye holes of Corinth's helmet. It seemed that they still had some strength left. Where did the Sparta people recruit these soldiers from? So powerful. Marquez realized that the First Legion was going to have a tough battle. At this moment, he heard a roar from the opposite side, and the roar was getting louder and louder. He subconsciously tightened his shield and shouted to his soldiers, "Pay attention to defense. Pay attention to defense." But what happened next was completely out of his expectations. The enemies on the opposite side turned around and ran in unison as they roared. Although the frontline soldiers of the First Legion were a little stunned, they immediately cheered and gave chase. As soon as Mukra left, the command center of the Dionysian army received good news. The right wing of the Sparta army had collapsed, and the First Legion was in pursuit. That's great. The First Legion is indeed the strongest legion in the kingdom. It seems that we have won this battle. Clodo Katax was so excited that he danced with joy. His previous nervousness had long disappeared without a trace. He even suggested, "Lord Printos, should we send out the reserve troops? Otherwise, they won't get a single achievement, and the battle will be over." But not only was Printos not happy, he was also a little confused. Strange. According to the information reported by the scouts, the defense of the Sparta right wing was very tenacious, and the First Legion did not gain any advantage. Without any warning, how did they suddenly collapse? You suspect that they faked their defeat? Clodo Catax was shocked, but then he immediately shook his head. That's impossible. In such a large battle, thousands of people fake their defeat at the same time. Even our soldiers would have a hard time controlling it. If they're not careful, the whole formation could easily collapse, not to mention those mercenaries who were put together at the last minute. Chapter 1181. Clodo Catax's unintentional words were like a ray of light that flashed across Printo's mind. He suddenly widened his eyes and punched his thigh. Mercenaries do not have the ability to carry out such a large-scale feigned defeat, but there's a city-state in Greece that often uses this tactic to win. Clodo Catax, who had been in the general staff before, had no lack of military knowledge. He blurted out, "You mean the Sparta?" "That's right, the Sparta. We've been tricked by Agesilaus," Printos said angrily. "No wonder their left wing hasn't performed well so far. They're not Sparta warriors at all. They're just wearing Sparta's attire. The real Sparta warriors are still on their right wing, which they're most familiar with. Agesilaus used this trick to confuse us." Clodo Catax understood. He tried his best to suppress the anxiety in his heart, but his anxiety still seeped into his words. "Quick, quick, send a messenger to inform KTI, Commander Tessus. Tell him that the Sparta warriors are feigning defeat. Don't chase after them. Be careful of their counterattack. Send another messenger to inform Commander Troturas and Commander Olivers respectively. Let them seize the opportunity when the Sparta warriors feign defeat and their formation is not in order. Let's increase the intensity of their attack. They might be able to find a breakthrough in our middle and right wing." Printo's suggestion was quickly accepted by Clodo Catax. At the same time, he gradually calmed down and said, "Lord Printos, thank you for discovering the Sparta's conspiracy in time. Now, it seems that as long as we respond in time, the Sparta's feigned defeat will turn the tide of the battle in our favor, right?" Clodo Catax's words stunned Printos again. With Agesilaus' ability, taking such a huge risk without getting any benefits, was it worth it? He suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Bring me the map of the battlefield." Taking the wooden board from the staff officer, Printos' sharp eyes quickly scanned the map and finally focused on the blue vertical bar at the corner. Below it was a line of small words, 400 to 500 Tegia Allied forces. Printos finally understood the source of his unease. "We received news that Tegia was attacked by Sparta's army and suffered heavy casualties. If we don't send reinforcements soon, I'm afraid the city will fall." But how could Tegia send so many soldiers to fight in such a terrible situation? Clodo Catax's heart skipped a beat. He immediately had a terrifying thought, and he could not help but shiver. "You mean the Tegia lied to us, and they were actually acting with the Sparta, but those corpses— Your Highness, we don't have time to pursue the details." Printos pointed at the map and said anxiously, "Now that the Tegia army has appeared behind the First Legion, I can be sure that they will join forces with the Sparta army to attack the First Legion from the front and back. This is Agesilaus' true plot. We must send reinforcements immediately." Yes, rescue. Clodo Catax's mind went blank when he thought of the possible consequences. "Quick, inform the 7th Legion to rush to the left flank and rescue the 1st Legion." Printos anxiously ordered on his behalf. The messenger who received the order subconsciously looked at Clodo Catax. Clodo Catax waved his hand and said anxiously, "Execute the order given by Chief Staff Officer Printos." The messenger turned his horse around and galloped to the rear. Who knew that not long after, Tegetinos would rush over on his horse and ask, "We haven't received any news of the Tegia attacking the First Legion. This is just your conjecture." If the Tegia didn't rebel at all, wouldn't our 7th Legion have made a wasted trip? If there are any abnormalities elsewhere, the 7th Legion won't be able to send reinforcements in time. If we receive news of the Tegia attacking the 1st Legion before sending reinforcements, it'll be too late. If anything goes wrong, I'm willing to take responsibility. Printos replied without backing down. I'm the one who gave the order. Clodo Catax stared at Tegetinos. Although his voice was not loud, it left no room for refusal. Executed immediately, Commander Tegetinos. Tegetinos did not have much else to say. He glared at Printos and hurriedly saluted. Yes, Commander. May the Hades watch over us. He then whipped his horse and rode back, his roar still audible from afar. Brothers, your chance to render meritorious service is here. Stay alert and follow me. We'll speed towards the left flank. Roar, roar, roar. Looking at the billowing dust stirred up by the soldiers of the 7th Legion, Clodo Catax calmed down a little and said seriously, Lord Printos, I believe in your judgment. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. Printos smiled bitterly and said softly, I do hope that my judgment is wrong. Congratulations, Commander. Our 1st Legion has defeated the enemy's right flank. The guard captain congratulated Tessis excitedly. Although Tessis was excited, he was also a little doubtful. That's strange. Previously, we felt that the enemy on the other side was not simple. The 1st Legion would probably encounter a bitter battle. There were no obvious signs, and victory suddenly came. Putris, what do you think is the reason? Tessis was asking his advisor. Corps Commander, I think we should inform the companies not to chase after the defeated enemy. Instead, we should first control our soldiers, maintain formation, and cautiously chase after the enemy to prevent any accidents. Putris suggested cautiously. Tessis hesitated. After all, it was not easy to defeat a strong enemy. If they did not take advantage of the victory and instead slowed down the pace of the pursuit, it would give the defeated enemy a chance to breathe, and the previous battle would be in vain. At this moment, the scouts of the 1st Legion hurried over to report. Reporting to Commander, the Tegia army is quickly approaching us. These shameless Tegians. They didn't come out to help us when we were fighting hard, but now that the enemy has been defeated, they come out to take credit. Bah! Tessis spat on the ground as he looked disdainfully at the back where the bugles were blaring incessantly. Through the dusky dust cloud, he could already see the Tegia flag and the dense mass of people. Furthermore, the front of the troops was rapidly extending to both sides. Tessis, who had been on the battlefield for decades, suddenly had a very bad feeling and could not help but shout, The Tegians are too close to us. Go tell them immediately, don't follow behind us, and go somewhere else to fight the Sparta army. After the messenger received the order and left, Tessis was still a little uneasy as he muttered, The situation isn't right. Looking at the stance of the Tegians, it doesn't look like they're here to take advantage of us, but to charge. Commander, you still have to be careful. Although the Tegians are already our allies, we don't understand them at all, and we've never fought together before. Putris was a little worried as he reminded Tessis. After listening to the advisor's words, Tessis finally stopped hesitating and immediately issued an order. Inform the companies at the back of the army to immediately stop advancing, get into formation, and prepare for defense. 5 or 6 messengers spurred their horses forward at the same time, rushing to the front to give orders to the companies that were still running. Commander, some of the soldiers are on defense, and some are still chasing. If that's the case, the strength of our 1st Legion will be scattered. Why don't we just stop advancing? Putris suggested again. Tessis did not expect to be faced with such a difficult choice in his first battle as a Legion commander. Part of the army on defense, and part of the army chasing. Not only could it prevent danger, but it would also cause the strength of the army to be scattered, which was very risky. If the entire army stopped chasing and defended, what if the Tegians had no ill intentions towards the 1st Legion? Then the victory that was already in their grasp would fly away. What a pity. This was one of the reasons why Tessus had always been unwilling to be a legion commander. Making a choice was too troublesome. But soon, he didn't have to worry about it anymore, because he saw with his own eyes that the messenger who was blocking the Tegean army suddenly turned over and fell to the ground, motionless, with a javelin stuck in his body. The Tegeans are the enemy. Immediately blow the bugle, and the entire army will stop advancing. Tessus urgently shouted. Originally, he and his advisor had led the guards, scouts, mountain scouts, messengers, and buglers to closely follow the First Legion. But now that the situation was critical, they had to rush forward with all their might. Otherwise, the First Legion's command center would directly face the Tegean army's attack. Woo-woo, woo-woo. At the same time as the bugle of the First Legion was blown, the Tegeans also let out a deafening roar and accelerated forward. At this time, they were less than 200 meters away from the First Legion's companies that were lagging behind. After receiving Tessus's order, the officers of these companies and divisions seized the time to gather the scattered soldiers and reorganize their formation. There was no time to form a unified defense line. Countless Tegeans surged over like a tide, rushing into the First Legion's sieve, seemingly wanting to drown all the soldiers of Dionia. Shield formation, defend. Brothers, don't panic. Persevere in defense. Our reinforcements will soon arrive. But in the midst of this chaos, the hysterical shouts of the officers of the First Legion resounded unceasingly. The small phalanxes stood erect like rocks in the tide. Apex. Chapter 1182. This was the scene that Mukril saw when he arrived. His heart sank to the bottom. Oh no, the Tegeans have betrayed the Arcadia Union. The Mandinian guide, Calasinus, was also dumbfounded. The Tegeans have betrayed the Arcadia Union. General Mukril, I can swear to Zeus that the Mandinian Union has no knowledge of this. Mukril's face was gloomy. He was not in the mood to listen to Calasinus' explanation. He immediately turned his horse around, squeezed his legs hard, and galloped towards the command center. He had to inform the commander of this terrible change as soon as possible. Calasinus looked angrily in the direction of Tegea's city and followed Mukril. As a platoon leader, when the 50 soldiers under him were excitedly chasing the enemy, Marquez had to try his best to control the whole platoon and not let the soldiers run away. This was a requirement of the Dionia military law. The First Legion was one of the most powerful legions in the Dionysian army, not only because the soldiers were very skilled in combat, but also because they had a strong ability to carry out military law. However, it was much more difficult to control the formation of the platoon today. This was because the enemies in front were not slow, even though they were wearing armor and holding shields and spears. Apart from the initial advantage that the soldiers had at the beginning, when the distance between the two sides increased, the soldiers could no longer catch up with the fleeing soldiers. This made the arrogant soldiers of the First Legion very unhappy. In the annual Dionysian Army Grand Tournament, the First Legion had never fallen out of the top 3 in the armed race, but now they could not outrun a group of mercenaries. The soldiers chased with all their might, and naturally did not listen to the orders of their officers. Marquez's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, but he could only watch as the whole platoon was about to run away. Just then, he heard the sound of a bugle coming from behind. He instinctively looked back and saw the colorful military flags fluttering high in the air in the dust were waving rapidly from front to back. He did not think too much and immediately shouted, "Stop advancing. This is the order of the Legion. Stop advancing." The soldiers beside him also shouted along with him. Soon, the soldiers in front of Max stopped chasing. Although they were all panting heavily, they looked at the fleeing enemies with unwillingness in their hearts. "Assemble. Hurry and gather," Max shouted in a hoarse voice. In fact, there was no need for him to put in so much effort. The soldiers around him automatically moved closer to him. Some of them were not even soldiers from his division, but the white tassel on Max's helmet gave them a choice. This was an instinct that they had developed after countless times of training. Just as the soldiers of the First Legion were closing in on the platoon leaders and company captains, the routed soldiers at the front also stopped running. Then, They roared angrily and turned back to kill. Damn it, they were feigning defeat. Max, who was at the forefront of the army, was shocked when he saw the scene before him. He once again ignored the stinging pain in his throat and shouted with all his might, "Assemble!" At the same time, he raised his spear in the air and waved it continuously. Dorios, a former member of the King's Guard of Sparta, was the former military commander of Messenia. Because of the invasion of the Dionia army, he abandoned Messenia without a fight and was almost expelled from his motherland by the Council of Elders and the censors. Although he was eventually convicted, his days in Sparta were not easy. The people of Sparta, who had lost their land in Messenia, glared at him when they saw him, and even cursed him loudly. He could only swallow his anger. He had always been the pride of his parents, wife, and children, and had never been humiliated like this. He did not know how he got through those days, but all his patience was for today. He was almost 50 years old, and today he was fighting on the front line as an ordinary soldier. Before this, he had been defending and trying to conserve his strength. But after that, he was wearing heavy armor and was out of breath. After all, time waited for no man, and the soldiers of Dionia were hot on his heels. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the end, he decided to give up on running and stopped. He wanted to kill as many as he could while he still had some strength left. But then, he saw that his pursuers had stopped in their tracks. This was a situation that Dorios had never seen in previous battles. In the past, when they adopted this tactic, the enemy became more and more disorganized during the pursuit. In the end, they were completely scattered, and many of them had even thrown away their helmets and shields. Therefore, once they counterattacked, it was very easy to defeat the enemy. But now, through the eye-hole of Corinth's helmet, he saw that the soldiers of Dionia were all well-armed and fully armored, and they were actively retreating, trying to regroup. Dorios was anxious. He could not allow the hard work of his soldiers to go to waste. So he lightly hit the soldiers around him with his shield and shouted, "Attack!" Then he rushed back with his spear in hand. I must not let the enemy regroup. With that conviction in mind, he leapt up and swung his spear with all his might, thrusting it towards the Dionian soldier closest to him. The soldier quickly raised his shield. Dang! A crisp sound rang out as the spearhead struck the shield's ram. Dorios used the inertia of his forward charge to hit the shield forward. The two shields collided with a loud bang, and the body of the Dionia soldier was knocked back by the strong impact. Dorios stabbed his spear again, and the spear stuck close to the upper edge of the enemy's shield, aiming for the exposed throat of the enemy at lightning speed. The soldier quickly tilted his head, and the spear knocked off his helmet, leaving a horrible bloody wound on his face. He screamed in pain. Dorios did not swing his spear again. Instead, he used a shield to push the injured Dionia soldier away and continued to rush forward. He believed that his comrades would completely eliminate the enemy. After a few steps, a force suddenly hit his back, followed by a sharp pain. Under the pain, the strength that he had accumulated was rapidly draining away. He staggered a few steps and looked back in shock. He saw the injured soldier of Dionia looking at him with a determined expression. The hand that was holding the spear was empty, and he was immediately overwhelmed by the swarm of Sparta soldiers. Dorios slowly fell to the ground. Before he died, he still had a strong sense of unwillingness. He could not kill a Dionia soldier to clear his name. When the Sparta soldiers at the rear turned to attack, the soldiers at the front would immediately turn to attack. It took a very short time for the whole army to turn from fleeing to attacking, and there was no need to use the bugle to command. This was the tacit understanding that they had developed since they were young. The frontline soldiers of the 1st Legion of Dionia had spread out. Faced with the surging Sparta soldiers, they could not return to their formation in time. However, even though they knew that they were outnumbered, they did not turn and run. Instead, they bravely stood where they were to block the enemy and buy some time for their comrades at the back. This was the result of long-term military training for the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. There were less than 50 soldiers in Marquez's team, but the situation was critical. He could not wait any longer. He immediately shouted, "Turtle shell formation!" The whole team quickly formed a column of 5 soldiers facing the incoming Sparta soldiers. The soldiers at the outermost layer raised their shields to their chests, forming a shield wall. The soldiers at the inner layer placed their shields over their heads. Then, everyone threw away their spears and drew their short swords. Because in the narrow space enclosed by the shields, the spears could no longer be used effectively. Almost all the team officers gave the same order. Because the hastily formed phalanx was relatively far away from each other, and there was no friendly support for the time being, the turtle shell formation was undoubtedly the strongest defense in the face of an encirclement. As soon as Marquez's temporary team was formed, the Sparta soldiers rushed to the front. Although the formation of the Dionia soldiers was strange to them, they did not stop attacking, shield to shield, spear to stab. The 2 most commonly used methods of attack were obviously ineffective against the strange formation of the Dionia. Some of the Sparta soldiers simply used their bodies to ram into the formation, but the short swords of the Dionia soldiers darted out from the gaps of the shields like poisonous snakes, stabbing the Sparta soldiers. The Sparta soldiers who were charging at the front could not do anything to the turtle shell formation for the time being, but the continuous flow of soldiers from the back forced them to move forward. Not long after, the entire phalanx of Marquez was surrounded by the Sparta soldiers. The Dionia soldiers in the narrow and crowded space could not see what was happening outside, but they could hear the deafening roars of their enemies. They nervously used all their strength to resist the attacks coming from the shields, and at the same time, carefully dodged the spears coming from the gaps of the shields. At the same time, they kept stabbing the short swords in their hands to stab the enemies who were too close to the shield formation. The small phalanx of Dionia at the front was like a small boat in a turbulent sea, swaying left and right, and could capsize at any time. Every minute and every second seemed so long to the Dionia soldiers in the turtle shell formation. And for the team officers in the center of the formation, the only thing they could do was to use their hoarse voice to constantly encourage the soldiers. "Brothers, hold on. Our reinforcements will be here soon." Since the right wing of the Sparta army began to feign defeat, Agesilaus had been in a state of tension. From time to time, he would send guards to the front to carefully investigate the situation in the middle. When he learned that the mercenaries on the right end of the middle had begun to retreat and that there was some confusion, he cursed angrily. He even wanted to personally rush over to boost the soldiers' morale, but was stopped by the guards. Not long after, he received news that the Spartans had stopped retreating and started a counterattack. Moreover, they had even disrupted the Daunian formation. With a face full of excitement, he clenched his right fist and waved it. "Good job." Chapter 1183. This sentence was not only a compliment to the Dionia warriors in battle, but it was also a way to comfort himself. That night, he took the risk to sneak into Tegea alone, and through Pausanias, he gathered the counselors closest to Sparta in the city. First, he told them that the entire Greek anti-Dionia alliance was about to be formed, and the Dionysian army was doomed to fail. Then, he told them that the Sparta army would assist them in regaining the leadership of Tegea. At the same time, he also made a promise. Sparta would not kill a single citizen of Tegea. Because of his personal risk, the counselors finally agreed to his plan. So, on the second day, the Sparta army suddenly surrounded Tegea. Just as the Tegea soldiers were defending the city, the pro-Sparta faction quietly opened one of the city gates, allowing the Sparta army to rush into the city and massacre the counselors of the anti-Sparta faction. Since Tegea had always been an oligarchy with the support of Sparta, and the ordinary citizens had no power, the pro-Sparta faction regained control of the city, and soon, the situation in the city was under control. Moreover, they began to pretend to defend and attack the city with the Sparta army. Because the entire city was surrounded and sealed, even if there were citizens who were dissatisfied, they could not spread the news. And considering that if the battle was lost, Tegea would definitely suffer the revenge of Dionia, so the pro-Sparta faction also made a promise to Agesilaus. They would send all the citizens of Tegea who could fight to attack the Dionia. Now that the trap that Agesilaus had set for the Dionysian army had finally succeeded, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He could imagine how the battle would develop next. The scattered soldiers of Dionia on the left would be pincered by the Sparta warriors and the Tegea army. Even if they still had the strength to fight, they would soon be defeated. Then, the Sparta warriors would take advantage of their victory and sweep through the middle, finally winning the entire battle. Agesilaus did not indulge himself for too long. He knew that the Dionysian army liked to leave a portion of their troops in reserve during a battle. So he immediately ordered the messenger. Immediately informed the Thracians. Let them follow the original plan and attack the right flank of Dionia. Although Agesilaus firmly believed that before the Dionia's reserve troops arrived, Dionia's left flank will be defeated by the two attacks, he was still cautious and was prepared to stab the right flank of Dionia as well, completely disrupting the judgment of the Dionia's commander. This was because he had already received intelligence from the Arcadians that his previous plan had worked. Leotychides had been transferred away, and the new commander of Dionia was actually the son of the Devers king. It was said that this young man, whom the Devers regarded as the heir to the throne, had little experience in commanding. In the face of such a complicated battlefield situation, it would be difficult for him to make a more appropriate response. He suppressed the joy in his heart and prayed to Zeus, hoping that he could give Sparta a great victory and reverse the current predicament of Sparta. Mukrut galloped on his horse. Halfway through, he saw smoke and dust billowing in front of him as countless soldiers in black armor rushed over with shields and spears. Mukrut hurriedly turned his horse to give way, and then sped towards the place where he could vaguely see the rustling of the purple and red helmets. When he got closer, it was indeed the person he was looking for. He quickly shouted, "Commander Tegetinos, where are you going with your troops?" "I'm leading the 7th Legion to the left flank." Tegetinos' tone was still indignant. "Your chief of staff suspects that the Tegea army has rebelled and wants me to rush to the 1st Legion's aid immediately." The Tegea army has indeed rebelled. They've already attacked the 1st Legion's formation from the rear, and the situation is dire. "Damn it, Printos was right," Tegetinos exclaimed, and immediately doubled his volume. "Brothers, the 1st Legion is in danger, and it's up to us to save them. Pick up your pace, and I'll kick the ass of anyone who's slow." "Roar!" The soldiers shouted in unison. Their footsteps became louder, and the cloud of dust they kicked up grew larger. The Mandingian Calisanos looked at the Dionian soldiers who were rushing past him with excited expressions on their faces. Although he had lost all hope for this battle, he seemed to have regained some confidence. While he was still in a daze, Mukru had already left him in the dust, heading straight for the command center. Seeing Clotocatax from afar, who was wearing a black tasseled helmet, Mukru waved and shouted, "Your Highness, the Tegea army has rebelled and is attacking the 1st Legion from the rear." Although Clotocatax had been convinced by Printos, he still had a sliver of hope in his heart. Now that it was confirmed, his expression changed instantly, and he felt nervous and uneasy. Still, he tried his best to remain calm, and asked with a trembling voice, "Lord Printos, thanks to your suggestion, we've sent reinforcements in time. Do you think our left flank can hold?" In the end, Clotocatax could not help but ask the question that worried him. Printos could read his mind, and he immediately comforted him. "Your Highness, there is a strict rule in the military law of Dionia. When pursuing a defeated army, the heavy infantry must try their best to maintain the formation of squads and detachments, and must not be separated. The 1st Legion, as the model of the entire army, has always been firm in enforcing the military law. Even if we are attacked from both sides by the Sparta army, we will still be able to resist the enemy with our own phalanxes. Not only will we not be defeated, but our army is also used to fighting independently in small groups, and we may even have the upper hand in such a chaotic battle." "That's good." Clotocatax was skeptical. "Your Highness, I have another suggestion." "Go ahead." "The Sparta army has set up a trap here to fight us. They are well prepared, and we are in a more passive position. We cannot be led by the nose by the enemy. We must regain the initiative on the battlefield in order to win the final battle." After confirming that the 1st Legion was attacked from both the front and the back, Printos finally made up his mind to implement the plan that he had been brewing for a long time. With a solemn expression, he said in a deep voice, "I suggest that we send 3 light armor brigades to the north, bypass the left wing, and attack the flanks of the Sparta army. This is to further reinforce the First Legion, and at the same time to eliminate the strength of the Sparta army as much as possible. Sparta does not have many young and strong citizens who can fight. For them, every one of them is precious, so in previous battles, they have used their allies and mercenaries. This battle involved the rise and fall of the city-state, so they have sent out so many Sparta soldiers. If we pretend to attack the right wing with all our strength, the commander of the Sparta army will definitely try his best to rescue them. After the light armor brigades have been sent out for a while, we will send out our last reserve force, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, to attack the flank of the left wing of the Sparta army. That way, we can win the battle in one fell swoop." Clodo Catax listened attentively, thought for a moment, and said in a firm tone, "Then we will do as you suggest." The Tygia army did not expect that they would meet up with the Sparta soldiers in the Dionia army so quickly. In their original plan, the left wing of the Dionia army would quickly collapse under the ferocious attack of the Tygia army and the Sparta army. Then, the Tygia army would take advantage of the situation to chase after the defeated soldiers and finally win the battle. However, the reality was beyond their expectations. The left wing of the Dionia army did not collapse. Instead, it shrunk into small phalanxes and continued to fight. At that time, the Tygia army did not think too much about it and rushed into the Dionia army that seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It did not take long for them to realize that they had sunk into a swamp. Although most of the Tygia soldiers were heavy infantry like the Sparta soldiers, they were different from the Sparta soldiers who had undergone arduous training since they were young. Wearing the Corinth helmet, they were more adept at frontal combat, and in this crowded and narrow space, they appeared to be too clumsy. To make matters worse, not long after the First Legion pursued the defeated soldiers, they quickly halted their advance due to the ambush of the Tygia army and switched to defense. At this time, the rear of the First Legion did not completely disperse. When they formed their phalanxes, not only were they well organized, but the distance between each phalanx was also relatively close. This was the basis for the First Legion to execute the phalanx tactic. Although Tessus's orders were not decisive at the beginning, he was after all an experienced soldier. He did not panic and lead his followers to hide in a random phalanx. Instead, he found the right direction and led them to a phalanx at the rear of the formation. When the Tygia soldiers rushed in like a tidal wave, he ordered the buglers to blow the bugle incessantly. Although the nearby phalanx soldiers couldn't clearly see the situation around them, they could hear the familiar bugles. Just like a ship sailing in the night that had spotted a lighthouse, they began to consciously move towards the direction of the bugles. Although every phalanx was moving very slowly, their unified movements made the Tedra soldiers squeezed in between the phalanxes feel that their movements were even more difficult. Soon, a greater disaster struck. The 7th Legion, led by Tigertinus, finally arrived, and they immediately launched a fierce assault on the Tygia soldiers. The rear of the Tygia army was mainly made up of light-armored soldiers who could not face heavy infantry in the first place. Moreover, these Legion of Dionysia soldiers were charging in like wolves and tigers, and they were quickly routed. However, the 7th Legion had already spread out their attack lines and chased them into the dense crowd ahead. Not only did the Tygia army become chaotic, but the already crowded space became even narrower. Apex. Chapter 1184. In the end, the Tygia soldiers couldn't even swing their spears, while the soldiers of the First Legion, who were hiding behind the shield walls of the various phalanxes, were able to stab with their short swords. The continuous screams made the Tygia soldiers even more panicked, and with their retreat cut off, they began to rush towards their allies, the Spartans, without a care for anything else. The soldiers kept using their shields to block the external impact and stabbing with their short swords. Their shoulders and arms were sore and numb. Marquez kept shouting encouragement until his voice was hoarse. After an unknown amount of time, the enemy's attacks on the tortoise-shell formation suddenly weakened. Could it be that our reinforcements have really arrived? Marcus saw hope and was instantly overjoyed. The soldiers peeked through the gaps in their shields and vaguely saw the Sparta soldiers retreating. They breathed a sigh of relief and lightly moved their sore arms. At this moment, a loud bang, bang, two loud sounds rang out. The soldiers who were holding their shields above their heads felt as if a boulder had smashed into the surface of their shields. Their arms that were holding the shields were almost broken. They could not help but cry out in pain. At this moment, two figures fell from above. Before the legion of Dionysia soldiers could react, they pushed the soldiers beside them out of the formation. The Dionysia soldiers were all defending against the enemy's attacks from the outside. They did not expect the tortoise-shell formation to be broken from the inside. Caught off guard, several soldiers were pushed out of the formation. Marquez's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He shouted, "Tighten the formation!" while pouncing on the enemy closest to him. His short sword pierced through the enemy's throat. However, the enemy's hideous smile before he died sent a chill down his spine. The Sparta soldiers were already prepared. They swarmed in from all directions, and Marquez's squad had no time to regroup. They were all scattered and had no choice but to fight on their own. It turned out that after the Sparta soldiers rushed into the Dionysia's scattered formation, they found that the Dionysia's soldiers did not scatter. Instead, they gathered into small phalanxes and resisted tenaciously. The Sparta warriors kept attacking, but they still couldn't break through the enemy's defense. Instead, many of them were injured. Sparta, who were very good at tactics, had to find another way to break the enemy's formation. Soon, they came up with an idea. The defense around these small Dionysia phalanxes was very strong, but there might be a breakthrough point above them. As a result, two brave soldiers jumped onto the tortoise-shell formation under the escort of many of their comrades, smashing open the entire formation. Facing the overwhelming numbers of the Sparta soldiers, the resistance of the soldiers was quickly crushed. Marquez, who had his thigh pierced through, did not stop fighting. He used his shield to protect his upper body and used his short sword to slash at the enemy's legs. It was only when a spear pierced through his right hand that the short sword that was full of holes finally slipped out of his hand. The Sparta soldiers used the same method to destroy a few small phalanxes at the front. Just as they were about to continue, the warriors at the front were pushed back by the terrified Dionysia soldiers. Not only were they unable to continue attacking the Dionysia phalanxes, but they were also in danger. After being unable to rebuke the terrified Tygians, they stabbed their spears at their former allies, and the situation became chaotic. Not long after, the rear of the Sparta army also began to stir. The marching speed of the Dionysia light infantry was naturally faster than that of the heavy infantry. After the three light infantry regiments quickly bypassed the entire left flank of the Sparta army, without any rest, they immediately launched an attack on the flank of the Sparta army. The ferocious attack just happened to hit the weak spot of the Sparta army. This time, among the 7,000 soldiers dispatched from Sparta's territory, there were only about 1,500 true Sparta soldiers, more than 1,000 elderly Sparta citizens, nearly 2,000 pariasis, and more than 2,000 black rogues. In order to ensure that Agesilaus' plan could be carried out smoothly, Archidamus arranged the Sparta soldiers at the front, followed by the pariasis, and then the mix of old Sparta soldiers and black rogues. At the beginning of the battle, the mixed army of old Sparta soldiers and black rogues did not participate in the battle, but kept a certain distance from the fighting troops, because Agesilaus was worried that these black rogues, who had never received training in feigning defeat tactics, would instead become a hindrance. It was only when the Sparta soldiers returned that the old Sparta soldiers led the black rogues to follow closely behind to increase the intensity and thickness of the attack, thus defeating the left flank of Dionysia in one fell swoop. But the reality was that the left flank of Dionysia was not defeated, and the black rogues were still following closely behind the entire Sparta army. As a result, they became the target of the attack of the Dionysia Light Infantry Battalion. Although the Council of Elders had promised the black rogues who participated in the battle that after the victory of the war, they would become free citizens of Sparta. However, the black rogues who vaguely knew that Sparta was now in a difficult situation were not too enthusiastic about this. But out of fear of Sparta, they pretended to be more obedient. But in the face of the ferocious attack of the Dionia soldiers, these black rogues, who only wore thin clothes and held simple spears, began to retreat after a short while. And along with them, some of the old Sparta soldiers who were still fighting began to retreat. Agesilaus looked forward to the news of victory from the right flank, but the news that the guard sent out several times was that the Sparta soldiers on the right flank were still fighting. Agesilaus felt that he already understood the Dionia army very well, but he never expected that the Dionia soldiers could still fight for so long under the influence of Sparta's tactics of feigning defeat and then being attacked from both sides. While he was amazed at the tenacity of the Dionia soldiers, he also regretted that he only gathered information through oral rumors, or that his understanding of the Dionysian army was not comprehensive enough. Now, he began to feel uneasy, because he knew that if they could not quickly defeat the left flank of Dionia, the weakness of the Sparta-allied army would be exposed after a long time. The main weakness was the Tegea army, because the Dionysian army always had reserve troops during battles, and they would inevitably send their reserve troops to attack the Tegea army in order to achieve the goal of rescuing the left flank. Therefore, Agesilaus hurriedly sent a messenger to stop the Thracians who were rushing to the south, preparing to rush to the north, bypass the Sparta army, and reinforce the Tegea army. However, just as these thousands of Thracian light shield men ran past his back, the scout hurriedly rushed back and shouted anxiously, "King Agesilaus, it's bad. Our flank is being attacked by the Dionia army." Agesilaus was taken aback. He always thought that the Dionia commander would first send their reserve troops to attack the Tegea army closest to them, so as to achieve the goal of rescuing the left flank. However, at this time, the Dionia army actually bypassed the left flank and attacked the flank of the Sparta army. If the Dionia commander did not lose his mind, it could only mean one thing. The Dionia army had a considerable number of reserve troops and could attack from both sides at the same time. Agesilaus was secretly laughing at the young Dionia commander's lack of experience and easily falling into the trap. Now, he could not help but marvel at the other party's boldness. However, the situation was very critical, and he did not have much time to think. He immediately ordered, "Hurry up and inform the Thracians to quickly rush to the right flank and repel the attack of the Dionia army. Protect the flank of the Sparta army." The Thracian troops were not far from Agesilaus, and the order was quickly passed down. However, these Thracians who came from the north of the Macedonian territory and did not know much about Agesilaus' reputation had always been known for their bravery and bad temper. Previously, they had received the order to march south hurriedly, and were about to reach their destination when they were urgently called back to carry out another order. They had run back and forth for nothing, and now the order was changed again. Although it was still in the same direction, and the distance was even closer, the Thracians could not help but curse and complain. Even their curses reached Agesilaus' ears. Does that crippled old Sparta know how to command? He must have lost his mind by giving random orders. I think the Sparta people are not doing well. They actually sent an old man who was about to die to be the commander. Let's just finish this battle, take the commission, and leave quickly. I don't want to suffer anymore. If it was any other time, Agesilaus would have flown into a rage when he heard these words that specifically violated his taboo. However, he could only endure it now, and hope that these Thracians would speed up after venting their anger. Finally, when he saw the Thracians disappear from his sight, the worry in his heart did not disappear. Instead, it increased. At this time, he no longer had any hope of winning this battle. He only hoped that he could fight the Dionysian army to a draw, and that the Sparta warriors did not suffer many casualties. He had already decided to change his next battle plan. After this battle, he would immediately disband the mercenary army and bring the Sparta warriors back to the territory as soon as possible. He would try his best to defend against the attacks of the Dionia, protect the safety of the Sparta territory, and wait for the situation to change. However, at this moment, a guard rushed over from the south. Nearly 1,000 Ionia soldiers have appeared at the rear of the right flank. They are attacking the flank of the mercenaries. Hearing this, Agesilaus felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and his entire body instantly turned cold. When the guard saw Agesilaus standing there like a statue, he immediately asked with concern, "King Agesilaus, are you all right?" Chapter 1185. Agesilaus let out a long sigh. His face was pale as he said in a daze, "Quick, blow the bugle call for retreat." The guard was stunned. "Where do we get the bugle call for retreat?" Agesilaus snapped out of his daze and smiled bitterly. For this battle, he had made meticulous preparations and even learned some beneficial practices from the Dionysian army. For example, the commander would not be at the front lines, but would be stationed at the rear in order to fully understand and control the situation. Of course, if anyone else were to be the commander of the Sparta army, they would definitely be looked down upon as cowards by the Sparta warriors. However, Agesilaus was old and weak, so it was only natural for him to be stationed at the rear. Another example would be to control the situation of the battle and respond to unexpected situations. Like Ionia, they had to have a reserve force. However, neither the Sparta warriors nor the Greek mercenaries could accept not participating in the battle and just watching from the sidelines. That was why Agesilaus had his eyes on the Thracian light shield bearers. In fact, the Tegeia army was also his reserve force. However, the Greek army, including the Sparta army, had always been the commander who personally participated in the battle. Once the army was in formation and the soldiers began to advance, the commander who was also in formation would lose control of the entire army. It was like an arrow that was shot out. It could only last until the end of the battle. How could there be a special bugle call for retreat? This was a decades of war tradition. Agesilaus could not possibly add a bugle call at the last minute, and the soldiers could not adapt to it. Agesilaus had thought of transferring some of the Thracians back to the left flank to provide support, but when he recalled the Thracians' resentment, he felt that they would likely refuse to obey such an order. At this point, Agesilaus realized that he could not do anything about the development of the entire battle. He stood there blankly for a moment before he suddenly bent down and grabbed the crutch beside the wooden chair. He said in a low voice, "Let's go. We'll go to the right flank." Agesilaus finally made up his mind to abandon the mercenaries in the middle and left flank. He rushed to stay with his own warriors and did his best to guide the defeated mercenaries back to Sparta safely. Agesilaus' judgment was not wrong. Ever since Olivers found out that the enemies in front of him were not real Sparta warriors, he felt that he had been fooled. He ordered the buglers to continue blowing the bugle call and personally walked to the rear of the formation, encouraging the soldiers to strengthen their attacks. He wanted these fake Sparta warriors to know the power of Legio IV. Under the encouragement of the legion commander, the Legio IV soldiers attacked more fiercely. The frontline soldiers even threw away their spears and held their short swords to fight with the enemy. The left flank of the Sparta army was made up of heavy infantry from Ionia and Asia Minor. It was impossible for them to integrate into one with the uniform of the Sparta warriors. They lacked tacit understanding in battle, and it was their first time fighting against the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. The Legion of Dionysia's skillful sword and shield attacks made it difficult for the mercenaries to deal with them. Casualties continued to increase, and the entire front line began to crumble, barely holding on by relying on the ultra-thick columns. The fierce attack on the flank led by Tegetus was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The traditional Greek heavy infantry had strong defense in frontal battles, but they were most afraid of attacks from the rear. Because the heavy infantry in the formation wore Corinth helmets, their vision was narrow, their hearing was weakened, and their nerves were sensitive. Even the slightest movement would cause their imagination to run wild. When panic quickly spread throughout the entire left flank of the Sparta army, the initial scattered escape did not take long before the entire left flank collapsed. "Legion Commander, we have won. We have defeated the enemy first," the staff officer said excitedly. "There's nothing to be proud of. We have just defeated an army of fake Sparta warriors," Oliver said modestly. but there was a smile on his face. The collapse of the left flank of the Sparta army eventually turned into a rout of the entire army. Although the Thebes won the Battle of Leuctra, they did not gain much as they quickly retreated back to camp. However, the Dionysian army had always had a tradition of expanding their victory after victory. Under the suggestion of Printos, Clotocatax also sent messengers to inform the legion commanders to continue the pursuit and eliminate as many Sparta soldiers as possible. The Macedonian cavalry that was repelled by the 1st Cavalry Legion had been very tenacious. As soon as the Dionia cavalry stopped the pursuit, they would immediately stop running and pretend to return to the battlefield. This forced the 1st Cavalry Legion to continue the pursuit and could not leave to support the troops that were fighting on the battlefield. Now, the entire battlefield was filled with Sparta's defeated soldiers. The Macedonian cavalry finally stopped pestering them and retreated far away. The 1st Cavalry Legion also joined in the pursuit with peace of mind. The pursuit continued until the defeated soldiers finally escaped into the mountains in the east. This battle between the Dionysian army and the Sparta army had finally come to an end. At this time, it was already dusk. The sun had exhausted its strength and was slowly sinking into the mountains in the west. Its gloomy, warm afterglow shone on the Tegea plains. The beautiful countryside that used to be filled with red flowers and green wheat was now littered with corpses and blood. The screams of the wounded soldiers on the ground and the cawing of the crows in the sky intertwined, adding a sense of gloom and desolation to the scene. Clotocatax was in a good mood. The Dionysian army that he led had won the battle. Although most of the orders came from Printo's suggestions, he smiled and listened attentively to the report of the results of the battle by his advisor, Mucula. The Sparta army left 2,150 corpses on the battlefield, 482 of which were Sparta soldiers. How can you tell that they are Sparta soldiers? Clotocatax asked curiously. Your Highness, it is a tradition for Sparta soldiers to wear red robes and have long braids. Although they changed their attire during the battle, their braids were not removed, Printos explained. Clotocatax nodded in understanding. We also captured 5,417 captives, 2,900 of which have varying degrees of injuries. Mucula looked at the statistics board and continued. Among them, 921 are Sparta soldiers, and more than 300 are black rogues. In other words, Sparta lost nearly 1,500 soldiers. This is not a small number. It will be much easier for us to attack Sparta's territory from now on. Although Printos said so, he did not relax his brows. Instead, he said with a serious expression, "Tell me about our losses." Ugh. Mucula looked at the board and said softly, "Ugh, we lost a total of 1,560 soldiers, and nearly 1,500 are injured. The medics are now performing emergency treatment. So many casualties?" Clotocatax exclaimed. Most of the casualties came from the 1st Legion. When they were chasing after the retreating soldiers, they were attacked by Sparta soldiers and Tigera soldiers from both the front and the back. Mucula was explaining when he was interrupted by Clotocatax. My brother, 1st Legion's 3rd Battalion, Captain Adoris. How is he? Is he okay? Clotocatax had been worried about Adoris's safety ever since he knew that the 1st Legion was facing real Spartan warriors and that they were being attacked from both the front and the back. However, he still remembered his father's warning. You cannot be biased on the battlefield. Therefore, he could only suppress this worry in his heart for the time being. Now that he knew that the 1st Legion had suffered heavy casualties, he could not help but ask, Your Highness! Mucula did not dare to look away from Clotocatax's concerned gaze. Instead, he turned to look at Printos and said with great difficulty, 1st Battalion Captain Adoris died bravely in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Clotocatax suddenly felt dizzy and his whole body fell off the horse. Your Highness! Printos, who was prepared for this, hurriedly supported him. Where's my brother? I want to see him. Clotocatax pushed Printos away and said anxiously, his voice sounding like he was about to cry. Clotocatax staggered past the rows of neatly placed bodies of Dionia soldiers. It felt like time was passing by very slowly. He asked anxiously more than once. Why aren't they here yet? Why aren't they here yet? Finally, the officer leading the way stopped and said in a heavy tone, "This is the body of 1st Battalion Captain Adoris." Clodo Catax's heart skipped a beat. He fixed his eyes on the corpse lying not far away. What was different was that it was covered with a piece of white cloth, and Adoris's face could not be seen. Beside the corpse stood Tessis and several other officers of the 1st Legion. Clodo Catax ignored the salutes of Tessis and the others. He walked over with heavy steps and slowly squatted down. His fingers trembled as he was about to lift the white cloth. "Your Highness, Adoris was seriously injured and his face is badly damaged. It's better if you don't look at him," Tessis, who was beside him, advised in a low voice. Clodo Catax's heart trembled, but he became even more determined to lift the white cloth. He saw that Adoris's breastplate was broken, and there were many bloody stab wounds on his body. In the middle of his face, there was a bloody hole the size of an egg, which made his face unrecognizable and extremely horrifying. "Ah!" Clodo Catax could not help but scream when he saw this. He immediately closed his eyes in pain, but he quickly opened them again and touched the face of the dead man without hesitation. Chapter 1186. At the same time, in Clodo Catax's mind, Adoris' voice and smile kept appearing. "Clotho, I didn't expect Father to send you to Peloponnesus. Don't worry, I'll do my best to protect you. Oh, by the way, this is your first time commanding an army. Don't worry, I'll give you my full support. Clotho, I'm here on behalf of all the soldiers to ask if there's any special plan for us to build the camp instead of going to war. Clotho, you finally ordered us to go to war. I'll fight with all my strength and bring you your first victory. Brother!" Clodo Catax cried out in pain, and his tears flowed down uncontrollably. After a long time, he had to stop crying because it was time to cremate the bodies of the soldiers who died in the battle. Clodo Catax stared blankly at Adoris's corpse as it slowly turned into charcoal in the raging bonfire. At this time, Tessis finally had the chance to tell him, "Your Highness, according to the memory of a seriously injured soldier of the 3rd Brigade, after the phalanx formation that Commander Adoris was in was broken by Sparta, he was stabbed by spears in his thigh and chest in order to save his men. His whole body was covered in blood, and he could not stand at all. But even though he was lying on the ground, he still waved a short sword and continued to kill the enemies. In the end, the angry Sparta soldiers stabbed him with spears. The Sparta soldiers should be cut into pieces." Clodo Catax clenched his teeth and cursed. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails pierced his skin, causing blood to flow out, but he did not notice. "Your Highness, Commander Adoris's heroic performance did not bring shame to the glory of the 1st Legion, nor did it bring shame to his glory as the Prince of Dionia. He is the kingdom's hero. His soul will be blessed by Hades and go to Elysium." Printos comforted him softly. Clodo Catax silently stroked the helmet of Adoris, and after a long time, he said in a sad voice, "How am I going to face my parents, my sister-in-law, and my nephew when I go back?" Printos and Tessis were shocked. They looked at each other and thought of the same question at the same time. If the king of Devers knew that Adoris had died in battle, what would he do? After the war, Tessis had learned that the 1st Legion had suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, he resolutely said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the 1st Legion suffered heavy casualties, and Captain Adoris died in battle. This is all my responsibility. If I hadn't made a mistake in my command and hesitated when I gave the order, it would have been impossible for the soldiers to be prepared in time." Although Clodo Catax was grieving, he was still clear-headed. He waved his hand and interrupted, "Army Commander Tessis, this is not your responsibility. If you want to blame someone, blame the enemy for being too cunning and shameless. Lord Printos, we must not let go of those Sparta soldiers who escaped into the mountains." Clodo Catax's words were full of hatred. He swore that he would not stop until the enemy was completely wiped out. This was the complete opposite of the gentle attitude he had shown before. Printos understood that Adoris's tragic death had greatly stimulated the young prince. He did not say anything but said, "Your Highness, rest assured. We have captured the Sparta army's camp in the sanctuary of Hercules and seized a large number of supplies. The Sparta soldiers have escaped into the mountains and have no food to eat. The situation will only get worse. Tomorrow, we will quickly send the army south and seal the border of Sparta. They will be easily captured. The plan to attack Sparta's territory cannot be delayed for too long," Clotocatax said with hatred. "When can the army finish resting?" "Your Highness, it won't take too long. We can send part of the army into Sparta's territory the day after tomorrow," Printos said with certainty. "Part of the army? If we want to conquer Sparta, will we not have enough soldiers?" "The Sparta soldiers are the ones who do not have enough soldiers, not to mention that we have the infantry of the First Fleet in the south." "Very well, then we will do as you suggested." Corinth Catax nodded and was about to say something, but he saw Muklu hurriedly walking towards him. "Lord Commander, Tegia has sent a messenger, asking to see you." Tegia, Clotocatax's face immediately darkened. His youthful face became a little twisted with anger. "These shameless traitors still have the face to see me. We came to save them, but not only did they betray us, but they also used our trust to launch a sneak attack on our army. The Tegia are the culprits who caused the heavy casualties of the First Legion and the death of my brother. I will not forgive them." Tessus could empathize with the young commander's anger. If the Tegia army did not launch a sneak attack from the rear, and if it was just the Sparta army feigning defeat, he believed that the First Legion would not have suffered too much even if their formation was not in order. It was precisely because of the attack from the front and the rear that he had no choice but to shift the First Legion into a defensive position, thus putting them in a completely passive state. Thus, he also spoke with resentment. "Lord Commander, after the Sparta army was defeated, the Tegia army was completely surrounded by us. Very few of them managed to escape, and we have more than 2,500 captives. Why don't we execute all of these captives as a sacrifice to the souls of the fallen soldiers, or sell them as slaves? I have asked a few of the Tegia captives, and the Tegia Council has sent out all of their citizens who can fight in the city. It is obvious that they have malicious intentions and want to use this battle to completely destroy our army. But with the protection of Hades, Tegia has lost all of its strength, and we can easily take down this city. Lord Commander, the tradition of our Dionia has always been to treat our friends with sincerity and never to forgive betrayals. We can completely destroy this city and intimidate all of Greece so that the city-states that want to be our enemy will think about the consequences." Tessus's words were filled with murderous intent. After listening to him, Clotocatax, who had been grieving and resentful, showed some hesitation. He subconsciously looked at Printos, who was beside him. Printos did not directly state his own suggestion, but calmly recounted a past event. "I remember that during the Western Mediterranean War, His Majesty led the army north to attack Rome. After capturing Rome, he turned to attack the Latin allies in Rome. When he attacked Gabii, he met with strong resistance. Not only did he lose many soldiers, but Gabii also joined forces with the allied forces of Rome to surround our siege forces. In the end, His Majesty led the army to defeat them and capture Gabii. Then, he ordered all the Gabii people to be reduced to slaves. Since then, the Radim people have felt fear, and wherever our army went, they opened their doors and surrendered. When Tegetinos led the 9th Legion to capture Saras, he used the same method because of the heavy casualties. After that, the conquest of the entire Sardinia island was much smoother. Although the kingdom is powerful, it has little influence on the Greek mainland. On the contrary, many of the Greek city-states treat us like barbarians, which is why Tegia blatantly betrayed us, and Elis turned from kindness to hostility. On the one hand, we need to express our goodwill to the Greek city-states, but at the same time, we need to show them our great strength, which will be more helpful for the kingdom to take root in Greece in the future. Therefore, I think destroying Tegia is a very good choice. Clotocatax suddenly remembered that the commander who captured Gabii and carried out this cruel practice was Printos. Of course, he would not oppose Tessus's suggestion. Tessus Catax frowned, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he murmured, "If we get rid of the Tegia people, will we occupy this territory ourselves? If that's the case, it will seriously affect our relationship with the Arcadia Union." Printos blinked and did not speak. He had never thought about this problem because he felt that it should belong to political and diplomatic affairs, and not within the scope of a military staff officer's consideration. Fortunately, Clodo Catax did not ask again, but continued to frown and think for a while. After a while, he said, "Summon the Mandinian guide, Calasinos." Calasinos came in front of the young commander, feeling very nervous. As a bystander, he witnessed the whole process of the battle. Not only did he see the countless bodies of the Sparta soldiers lying in the fields, but he also saw hundreds and thousands of prisoners being escorted by the Dionia soldiers. Among them, there were even some Sparta soldiers with long braids. This gave him a great shock. He was not present at the Battle of Leuctra, so he did not know what the situation was like. But this time, the Sparta army had nearly 30,000 soldiers, and they had the full help of the Tegia people. It could be said that they were the most powerful force that Sparta had in the past few decades, but they were still defeated by the Dionysian army without the help of the Arcadia army. After this battle, there was no doubt that Dionia would conquer Sparta, and the betrayal of the Tegia people had put the Arcadians in an awkward and dangerous situation. Sure enough, as soon as Clodo Catax opened his mouth, he was shocked. Dionia fulfilled the covenant and painstakingly came to rescue Tegia, but they betrayed us, causing many of our soldiers to die. Tegia must pay for this. We have decided to immediately launch an attack on Tegia City. After taking the city, all the members of the Tactile Council will be executed, and all the people in the city will be turned into slaves. From now on, there will be no more Tegia people in this land. Literature Museum. Chapter 1187. This. Characinos was shocked by the young commander's aura. He did not dare to say anything to dissuade him. Then what if this fertile land is empty? Clodo Catax stared at Characinos and said solemnly, "I believe that Mandinia on the Peloponnesus Peninsula is the most loyal ally of Dionia, so I've decided to gift the land of Tegia to Mandinia." Characinos' heart was beating wildly. He thought he had heard wrong. He could not help but ask loudly, "You're saying that you're giving us the land of Tegia?" It was no wonder that he was overjoyed. The land of Tegia and Mandinia was the only plain in the Arcadia region. It was narrow from east to west and long from north to south. The terrain was high in the south and low in the north. Tegia was located in the south and occupied most of the land, while Mandinia was located in the north. Every time it rained, the rivers would flood. The people of Mandinia had suffered enough from the floods and wanted to expand their land to the south. However, because Tegia was fully supported by Sparta, the people of Mandinia had some reservations and did not start a major war. However, before the War of Corinth, the people of Sparta invaded Mandinia. With the help of the Tegia, they blocked the river in the north of the plain and destroyed the city of Mandinia with a water attack. This became a permanent pain for the people of Mandinia. Now, Mandinia had the chance to own the entire plain. Not only could it obtain more fertile land to increase its strength, it would also completely solve its long-standing worries. How could Characinos not be overjoyed? I hope that Mandinia will give me an answer tomorrow. After tomorrow, I can only see that Mandinia has given up on this land and will use it as a military base for Dionia on the Peloponnesus Peninsula. Don't worry, General Clodo Catax. I'll rush back to Mandinia right away. We'll definitely give you an answer tomorrow. Characinos quickly said, "All right, I'll wait for your reply." Clodo Catax nodded. Callisthenos mounted his horse, gripped the reins tightly, and clamped the horse's abdomen tightly. He urged the war horse to hurry north. "Your Highness, I'm afraid that the other city-states of the Arcadia Union will not be happy with Mandinia if we give Tegia's territory to Mandinia," Printos reminded. Clodo Catax said firmly, "Although the Arcadia alliance has become our ally, the internal situation of the alliance is too complicated. Tegia has rebelled, and Orchomenus is also being lobbied by others. How can we rest assured to cooperate with such an alliance?" It's better to strengthen our relationship with Mandinia, which is truly willing to work with us. It was originally one of the stronger city-states in the Arcadia region. If it merged with Tegea's territory, its strength would skyrocket, and it would definitely become the absolute leader of the Arcadia Union. Besides, once Mandinia annexes Tegea's territory, not only will the city-states of the Arcadia Union be dissatisfied, but the other city-states in Greece will also want to interfere. This is the tradition of Greece. A city-state that is destroyed by its enemy will be rebuilt by the enemy's enemy a few years later. Mandinia will have no choice but to rely on Dionia more. The Lycomedes of Mandinia seems to be very smart. I'm afraid he won't agree. Clodocatax smiled. He's currently in Megaropolis. I'm afraid he won't know about this even after the Mandinians have made their decision. And even if he knows, he won't be able to convince all the people of Mandinia by himself when faced with such great benefits. Clodocatax's consideration was very thorough. Printos no longer had any doubts. For a moment, he felt like he was facing the king of Devers, and even his tone became more respectful. I understand. At this moment, Tessis walked over with a solemn expression, holding a jar. He said in a low voice, "This is Adoris's ashes." Clodocatax carefully took it. When he held it in his arms, tears flowed out again. Tessis kept looking around. He suddenly felt very nervous, because this was not the General Executive Committee of Athens, nor was it the 500-member parliament of Ares Mountain. This was the Citizens' Assembly on Punix Hill, the highest authority in Athens. Looking at the layers and surging heads, listening to the noise that shook the sky and made one's heart palpitate, the people of Athens claimed that when they held a Citizens' Assembly, the number of people often exceeded 5,000. It seemed that it was not an empty statement. At this moment, he saw the chief general of Athens, Callistratus, walk to the center of the hall. He raised his right arm high and said in a loud and penetrating voice, "Citizens of Athens, the Citizens' Assembly has officially begun." Gradually, the surrounding citizens of Athens stopped talking, and the whole hall fell silent. Callistratus continued, "In the last meeting, we discussed the issue of the Dionysian army invading Peloponnesus for no reason. Today, the envoy of Dionia has also rushed to Athens and wants to communicate with us on this issue. Let's hear what he has to say first." When Callistratus pointed his finger at Tessis, the nervousness in his heart disappeared at that moment. He stood up and walked step by step to the center of the hall. In the past, Sparta, Corinth, Thebes, Megara, Agos. Almost all the Greek city-states in the world had sent messengers here to stand in front of the critical citizens of Athens, explaining their city-state's position, whether it was for war, for alliance, for trade, or just because a citizen of a city-state had broken the law in Athens. Numerous famous Athenian scholars had delivered stirring speeches here, such as Solon, Demosthenes, Aristophanes, Themistocles, Common, Pericles, Alcibiades, Socrates, and so on. Whether it was in the Dionia Academy or in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Tessis had learned a lot about speeches in Athens from his teacher, Ansitanos. Over the years, he had traveled back and forth to various alliances and tribes in the Western Mediterranean. Although he had received a satisfactory reply from the Thebes a few days ago that the Thebes would remain neutral, Tessis knew that it was the Thebes' intention to do so, and it had nothing to do with him. Today, it was finally time for him to show his strength. Tessis stood in the center of the hall, his eyes sweeping across the indifferent faces around him, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. He took a deep breath, feeling the abundant breath flowing between his chest, throat, mouth, and nose. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Citizens of Athens, on behalf of the 2 million citizens of the kingdom of Dionia, excluding women and children, I extend my sincere greetings to you." His first sentence caused a commotion among the people of Athens around him. 2 million citizens. Is it true? Including the overseas territories, Athens has no more than 15,000 citizens. How can Dionia have more than 10 times the number of Athens? First of all, I would like to correct a mistake made by Lord Callistus. Dionia sent troops to Peloponnesus to fulfill the covenant and help the Thebes fight against the Sparta army. In this regard, I admire the people of Athens. When the city of Thebes was occupied by the Sparta and the Democrats of Thebes were in danger, it was you who bravely reached out to help them. The Thebes recaptured the city, but faced the attack of the Sparta army. It was you who fearlessly formed an alliance with the Thebes in such a bad situation. Not only did you provide them with material assistance, but you also sent your fleet to directly participate in the war, threatening the rear of the Sparta army. The reason the Thebes were able to persist until now and when the Battle of Leuctra is absolutely inseparable from your selfless help. Although Dionia formed an alliance with the Thebes later, we, Dionia, detest Sparta, the main culprit of inciting wars in Greece and causing the entire Greek people to live in peace. We, Dionia, also empathize with the fact that Sparta continues to bully Athens after the War of Peloponnesus. They even invaded your territory during the Great King's contract. They wantonly killed and looted the people of the villages near the port of Piraeus, and they showed no signs of repentance afterwards. Therefore, even if Athens is tied up because of the new contract, you should be optimistic about Dionia's victory over Sparta. Callistratus noticed that the people's expressions had softened. He immediately interrupted Callistratus. "Thank you for your wonderful speech, but first, I want to correct a mistake you made. You can call me by my name, but you can't call me sir because all citizens of Athens are equal, regardless of their age. If I dare to call myself sir, I'm afraid my compatriots will expel me with pottery shards today." A burst of laughter rang in the hall. Callistratus continued, "However, it's no wonder that you made such a mistake. I heard that the people of Dionia are divided into many levels, from the king and ministers to the people at the bottom. The hierarchy is very strict, and it's impossible to call anyone by their name. Otherwise, you'll be punished. It's no wonder that you're more reserved when you come to Athens." Callistratus smiled. "I call you sir not only because I respect you, but also because I respect the power that the citizens of Athens have given you. It's the concentrated embodiment of the will of all the citizens of Athens. As for Dionia, I would like to ask Sir Callistratus, have you been to any town in Dionia?" Chapter 1188. Although I've never been there, I've carefully studied the affairs of the kingdom of Dionia. What I'm saying is the truth," said Callistratus with certainty. "Dionia is different from Athens. Its territory is too vast. To govern such a big country, of course, strict order is needed to ensure that any decisions and decrees are fully implemented," said Callistratus with a solemn expression. "Thanks to the efforts of the officials of Dionia, the citizens of Dionia have enough land and are relatively well off. Not only do they have enough bread for 3 meals a day, but they can also often eat meat, drink in taverns, soak in hot springs, watch football matches in arenas, watch plays in theaters, and watch beasts in zoos. The citizens of Dionia live a rich and colorful life. They're also very hospitable. I hope that the citizens of Athens can travel to the holy kingdom of Dionia. They will definitely be warmly received by them, which will help to remove the misunderstanding between our two countries and promote friendship." His words caused a hushed discussion among the citizens of Athens. At this moment, a man stood up from the front of the hall and shouted, "Isn't it because you have annexed the city-states of Greece and plundered their wealth that the citizens of Dionia can have enough land? While the citizens of Dionia are enjoying themselves, have they ever thought of the people of Greece who have lost their homes and are suffering from hunger and cold?" Callistratus remembered that the person who spoke was a student of Isocrates and could not help but nod. Callistratus asked in surprise, "How did you come to this conclusion?" "It's the truth, don't deny it." Callistratus laughed. "I used to think that the people of Athens were the wisest and most inquisitive of the Greek city-states, but now I find that I'm wrong. Some people really make up rumors to deceive everyone based on their own preferences. If you really want to know the truth, you should go to the western Mediterranean Sea, to Crotone, Locri, Naples, Syracuse, Tarentum, and other towns. You will find that most of the people in these towns are still the people of the original city-states, but their situation is much better than before they joined the kingdom of Dionia, and their lives are much better." Callistratus interrupted again. "But you just said that Crotone, Tarentum, Locri, these were once the children of our Greek city-states. but they have lost their independence and freedom. They have been annexed by Dionia and become an ordinary town under your kingdom. Even Turii, which the citizens of Athens are very familiar with, has become the center of the kingdom of Dionia. When Callistratus mentioned Turii, he deliberately emphasized his tone, causing a commotion in the hall. He then looked at Callistratus and asked suspiciously, "Now that the army of Dionia has set foot on the land of Peloponnesus, aren't you trying to repeat the story of Turii, Crotone, and other Greek city-states, so that the whole of Greece will eventually become the territory of the kingdom of Dionia?" His words caused a greater commotion in the hall. Some of the citizens of Athens even cursed out loud. Callistratus' face twitched, but he did not immediately defend himself. Instead, he stood there without a change in his expression. When the citizens of Athens returned to silence, he sneered and said, "Lord Callistratus, I heard that you are a respected orator, but shouldn't you respect the truth in your speech and not make things up? If you understand the situation in Greece, you should know that before the establishment of the holy kingdom of Dionia, the city-states in Greece were constantly at war. It was not inferior to the situation in Greece today. Even the Turii you just mentioned was not occupied by Dionia, but burned down by another Greek city-state, Crotone. Dionia merely rebuilt this city on the ruins of Turii. Dionia had never taken the initiative to invade any of the Greek city-states, but they were constantly provoked and attacked by these city-states. For example, Crotone launched 2 attacks on Dionia. Tyrant Dionysius led the Syracuse coalition army and crossed the sea to attack the southern city-states dominated by Dionia. Tarentum tore up the alliance treaty at a critical moment when Dionia was defending against the Syracuse coalition army and launched a sneak attack on Dionia's rear. And after Carthage, a foreign city-state, declared war on Dionia, Syracuse actually colluded with them. Dionia finally defeated these powerful enemies through many arduous battles. When these Greek city-states joined the kingdom of Dionia, most of them were chosen by the citizens of these city-states through a citizens' assembly held by these city-states. This was because they did not want to face war every day and live in constant fear. They needed a strong backer who could shelter them from the wind and rain. As we have seen, the Greek mainland has been at war for more than 10 years. But during this period, the Greek territory has always been peaceful, and the people live a prosperous life. Facts have proven that the choice made by the Greek people was not wrong. Korea's last sentence was sonorous and forceful, and the hall suddenly became even more silent. Callistratus wanted to interrupt again. This time, Koreas had learned his lesson and quickly continued. Of course, Greece is Greece, and Greece is Greece. The situation is completely different. Dionia sent its army to Peloponnesus for no other reason than 2 reasons. The first is what I said just now, to fulfill the alliance treaty and to help the Thebes defeat Sparta, who has been incessantly waging war in Greece. The second is to help the Messenians. I remember that Athens has been kind enough to help the Messenians who were enslaved by Sparta many times. Our king has also made a promise to the Messenians who have been exiled to Tyndaris. So, take this opportunity to let the Messenians, who are also Greeks, regain their freedom and independence. I can swear to God that when Sparta is defeated, the Dionysian army will quickly retreat to the kingdom of Greece and will never occupy a single inch of Greece. Koreas raised his hands, palms facing the sky, and finished speaking with a solemn expression. Many of the citizens of Athens were moved. Suddenly, a voice sounded, "The messenger of Dionia is swearing to God." "Can you tell us which god it is?" Korea saw an old man standing in front of the hall. The old man had white hair, but his face was too dark, making him look a little gloomy. He hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, "The god of heaven, Hades. I heard that Dionia worships Hades as the protector of your kingdom. Is the Hades that you believe in one of the 12 main gods of Greece, Hades?" The man continued to ask. "Of course," Korea said cautiously. "It's just that Dionia's understanding of Hades is a little different from the Greek people." The man did not ask what was the difference, but said with a serious expression, We Greeks believe that Hades is in charge of death and is unapproachable. Ordinary people don't even dare to call him by his name, instead calling him that god instead. There is no temple for Hades in Greece. The only temple that has no statue or name, but is closely related to Hades, is in Eleusis in the Attica region of Greece. There's a bottomless cave there, which is recognized by the Greeks as the entrance to hell. For this, we Greeks have established a secret ceremony to worship Hades. Almost all the famous people in Greece have participated in this ceremony. I know about the Eleusis ritual. No, you don't. You Dionia people don't know about it at all. The man roared. The Eleusis ritual originated in Athens and was tacitly approved by Hades, so it is widely respected by the Greek people. It is the most orthodox ritual dedicated to Hades in the entire Greek world. But you Dionia people build statues and temples of Hades. Not only do you not revere Hades, but you even make up lies about the descendants of Hades to deceive the people. Shut up. Koreas roared and glared at the man. The fact that our great king of Devers is a descendant of Hades is the consensus of all the people in the kingdom of Dionia. In just 30 years, he became the king of the most powerful country in the Western Mediterranean from a mercenary. He turned Dionia from a small alliance into a powerful kingdom that included all the civilized city-states in the Western Mediterranean. It was because of Hades' divine revelation and blessing that Hades even performed miracles at several critical times to help the kingdom overcome difficulties. These were witnessed by tens of thousands of people in the kingdom. Therefore, the citizens of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia were willing to worship Hades as the kingdom's protector and become devout believers of Hades. Hades is a merciful god. He doesn't care about the different ways of worship adopted by the Greek people in different regions. But if someone publicly slandered his son and insulted the devout belief of the people of Dionia and Hades, then the millions of devout believers of Hades and Dionia will not be afraid of hardship and death. They will definitely make the blasphemer pay a heavy price. Under the pressure of Korea's majestic aura, the man was a little timid. He subconsciously stepped back, completely forgetting that he was sitting on a stone staircase. If it were not for the help of the people next to him, he would have almost fallen. This man was the torchbearer of the Eleusis secret conference. He had a similar name to the messenger of Dionia, Koreas. The Peace of Koreas signed in Sparta was named after him, which showed how prominent his reputation was in Greece. But at this moment, his poor performance made Koreas frown. Hades, this is such a good topic to criticize, but unfortunately, Koreas messed it up. When the peace treaty was signed in Sparta, his performance was not good either. If I had known this would happen, I would not have expected anything from him. Chapter 1189. I've long heard that the kingdom of Dionia is very powerful in the Western Mediterranean, and that some city-states have no choice but to submit to your military force. I didn't quite believe it, but today, on our own land in Athens, in this sacred assembly, our respected Koreas, the torchbearer of the Eleusis ritual, was actually threatened in public by a messenger of Dionia. This makes me believe in the arrogance of Dionia. Iphicrates stood up, pointed at Koreas, and said with righteous indignation, "Citizens, do you still remember the first sentence of his speech? On behalf of the 2 million citizens of Dionia, I greet you." Is that a greeting? No, it's a threat. He's not only threatening Koreas, but also every citizen of Athens. He's threatening that if we don't agree to Dionia's request, they will send a powerful army to conquer Athens. But on behalf of the citizens of Athens, I want to tell you that a few decades ago, Persia, which has a larger population than Dionia, also sent a messenger here to make a similar threat. But in the end, we won the war, so we, the people of Athens, are not afraid of any threat. Iphicrates is right. We, the people of Athens, are not afraid of any country, whether it's Persia or Dionia. Although Dionia has a large population, they are afraid of war with Athens. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a messenger here to talk nonsense. Under the influence of Iphicrates, some citizens of Athens waved their arms and loudly expressed their dissatisfaction. Koreas was still calm. After the wave of noise subsided a little, he said confidently, "More than 10 years ago, Athens had promised Ionia that they would no longer perform the play The Dionia People. But when I walked into the city, I found that many theaters were repeatedly performing this play that humiliated the people of Dionia. When the people of Athens found out that I was from Dionia, not only did they look at me with disdain, they even called me a barbarian. The reason why I deliberately added the phrase 2 million citizens in my speech is to remind all of you that Dionia is a big country, a powerful country in the Western Mediterranean Sea. Regardless of whether you have a good or bad impression of Dionia, you should first show respect to Dionia. Think about Sparta, who once caused you great harm. Every time their emissaries came to Athens, how did you treat them? Even when their armies plundered the villages near the port of Piraeus, you did not embarrass their emissaries and return them safely. Every time a war broke out between you and Sparta, no matter if you had the upper hand or the lower hand, you would always choose to end the war peacefully with Sparta. Isn't it because Sparta is the most powerful city-state in Greece, and you have to carefully consider the consequences of going to war with it? Now, the Sparta that you have been treating with caution is struggling to hold on against the attack of the Dionysian army. Therefore, in the face of a holy kingdom of Dionia that is stronger than Sparta, shouldn't the people of Athens show respect and treat everything related to Dionia seriously? Chorea's words were deafening, causing some of the citizens to ponder. When the fleets of Dionia are flaunting their prowess in the waters of Athens and their allies, intercepting merchant ships and threatening the maritime safety of Athens, you still want us to show respect to Dionia? Isn't that too much? Another general, Choreas, suddenly stood up and spoke. Choreas finally showed a hint of nervousness. The people of Athens had indeed mentioned this problem that had been giving him a headache. Indeed, the arrogant behavior of the first flotilla was undoubtedly exacerbating the tension between the two countries. He had also written a letter to the commander of the expeditionary army, Crotocatax, expressing his opinion, hoping that the prince could dissuade the Sicarian from suspending patrols in the Aegean Sea at this stage to avoid further provoking the people of Athens. However, judging from the current situation, Crotocatax had not been able to persuade the arrogant Sicarian, so he had to rack his brains to answer this problem that had been giving him a headache. However, just as he was preparing his words to better appease the dissatisfied citizens of Athens, Choreas straight spoke again. "Citizens, we all know that the reason why the barren land of Attica can feed so many people and prosper to this day is not because of the abundant products on the ground, but because of maritime trade. Through maritime trade, we could buy enough cheap food to meet the needs of the people. Through maritime trade, we can earn enough money to live a prosperous life and pay enough taxes. Therefore, the prosperity of maritime trade is related to the survival of Athens. However, in the past few years, the maritime trade in Athens has been shrinking, and the income of the merchants has been decreasing. Many workshops have begun to reduce production or even close down. The number of unemployed people in the city of Athens and the port is increasing, but the price of food is gradually rising. Do you know why?" Choreas' straightest words were like a burning torch thrown into a pot of oil, and the entire hall immediately boiled over. "That's because the merchants of Dionia sell a large amount of cheap olive oil in various cities, resulting in very few people buying my goods. They are piled up in the cargo stations, and in the end, they rot and deteriorate. Those are all money. The price of a fine amphora has never been lower than 6 drachmas, but the merchants of Dionia can sell it for 4 drachmas. They are malicious business competition against us in Athens. If I let them continue like this, my pottery shop will go bankrupt. I am an excellent accountant. I have worked as an accountant for the great merchant of Parsons for decades, and I have always been conscientious. A few days ago, he suddenly told me that because many of his shops overseas have been in a slump and their income has plummeted, he had to fire me. Several old people who have worked for him for many years also left with me. I was very dissatisfied with him, but now I know that it is all the fault of the merchants of Dionia." Wave after wave of condemnation continued to hit Choreas in the middle of the hall, causing him to feel great pressure. He frowned, and his mind turned quickly quickly thinking of ways to resolve the anger of the citizens of Athens. However, at this moment, he heard Korea's straightest, deep, and powerful voice. Thank you for the speech you made to the citizens of Athens. We are all clear about the thoughts and demands of Dionia. Next, we will discuss whether we should continue to be friendly with Dionia or help Sparta. Or should we help the Spartans? That's an important issue. So please wait. I still have something to say. Koreas felt a strong sense of uneasiness, so he eagerly requested, please abide by the order of our assembly and leave the hall immediately. Koreas looked at him indifferently and said firmly. Koreas wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Before the guard arrived, he took the initiative to leave the center of the hall. Although he was a little disappointed, he still faced the insults of the citizens of Athens with his head held high and walked out of the Athens assembly that he had once looked forward to. In the afternoon, he was invited to the City Hall of Athens. The General Executive Committee, headed by Koreas Stratus, was waiting for him. Koreas said to him solemnly, on behalf of all the citizens of Athens, we officially inform you that Athens has decided to join the Greek alliance and help Sparta resist the invasion of Dionia. Although Koreas was already mentally prepared, the resentment in his heart had not dissipated. He sneered coldly. Your efforts to manipulate the entire citizen assembly have not been in vain. Congratulations, you have finally achieved your goal. Koreas appeared very calm. He said frankly, you are indeed eloquent, but there will definitely be a war between Athens and Dionia. This is unavoidable. Choosing this time to start the war is the best time for Athens. It seems that you are very confident in Athens' victory. Koreas sneered again. I know that Dionia is very powerful. Koreas looked at Koreas with a deep gaze. His words were forceful. But has Dionia always been powerful? When you resisted the invasion of Dionysius's army, when you learned that Carthage had declared war on you, didn't the relatively weak Dionia feel the same as today's Athens? Dionia, which has only been founded for a few decades, dares to take risks again and again. Do you think that Athens, with its glorious history, does not have the same courage? He paused for a moment, and then said with some meaning, in the assembly this morning, you used Sparta to incite the emotions of the citizens of Athens many times. But let me tell you the truth. The facts of the past few decades have proven that no matter how tyrannical Sparta is, it will not do much harm to the fundamental interests of Athens. However, Dionia has not yet fully entered Greece, and Athens has already been greatly affected. For the independence, freedom, and prosperity of Athens, the citizens of Athens have the same courage as during the Greek War. Koreas was silent for a while, then stared at him and said with a little respect, then let us decide the winner on the battlefield. I hope that after the war, I can still sit with you and discuss the future of Athens. After that, he bowed slightly and then strode out of the city hall. Koreas looked at the back of Koreas as he left, and his face suddenly became solemn. He turned to the others and said, next, we have to hurry up and talk to the people of Persia. Teacher, bad news. Bad news. Aurelius barged into the room, out of breath. Chapter 1190. Plato frowned, put down the pen in his hand, and said, don't panic, Aurelius. I've said before that you should try to remain calm in everything you do, because only by remaining calm can you think rationally. Especially you, I've said it many times, but you always forget it. Teacher, it's like this. At today's assembly of 5,000 people, the resolution to join the Greek alliance and declare war on Dionia was passed. Aurelius said, panting. Plato was not surprised, but shook his head gently. Didn't I say it before? Judging from the current situation in Athens, it's only a matter of time before Athens declares war on Dionia. These stupid people of Athens are always easily driven by anger and lose their minds. The assembly, which holds the highest power in the city, has become a place for them to vent their emotions. This is the flaw of the so-called democratic system of government. Teacher, and Aurelius gulped. He wanted to continue speaking, but he was replaced by a more steady voice. Teacher, the General Assembly has also passed a resolution saying that you've committed treason and you're to be tried. Septimus walked into the room and said with a sad and indignant expression, I once went on stage to defend you, but I couldn't stop it from passing. Plato looked at his proud disciple and saw that there were several bruises on his face, and his chin was swollen. He could imagine the terrible situation at that time. He said softly with a pained voice, Thank you for your hard work. All of you have to worry about me. You're our respected teacher. This is what we should do. Aurelius finally recovered and said indignantly, Fortunately, you didn't attend the assembly today. The situation at the scene was terrible, especially Esocrates. Esocrates, in particular, wrote a speech and had his students read it at the meeting. It was full of slanderous words about you, but the ignorant people listened to him. Spiripus went on the stage to defend you, but the irrational people called us traitors and attacked us with pottery shards. I can imagine how bad the situation was. Plato's expression became serious. I also participated in the assembly that called for the trial of teacher Socrates. Teacher, scholar Socrates didn't listen to your advice and believed that the assembly would give him a fair trial. But in the end, he lost his life. You mustn't. Sputhippus tried to persuade him. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I'm not teacher Socrates. Plato lowered his head and looked at the manuscript on the desk. He gradually made up his mind and said firmly, I won't participate in that so-called fair trial. I haven't finished my exploration of the polity, and I still have books to write. I don't want to die so soon, so I've decided to leave Athens first. Septimus was obviously relieved, but it was Aurelius who said, Teacher, and said, but Septimus, and said hesitantly, If you leave now, the ignorant people will, Esocrates will, time will, and will. Will. Plato say, Teacher, where are you going after leaving Athens? Septimus asked again. Since Esocrates said that I'm colluding with Dionia, I'll go to Thurii and study at their Thurii Academy for a while. Plato said, hopefully, when we return to Athens, we can make the academy better. Teacher, I'll go with you. Me too. At this moment, the chief general of Athens, Callistratus, was meeting with Persia's envoy, Datis, in his home. Datis had been staying in Sparta's territory, but when the Dionia army captured Messenia and the first fleet began to blockade the coast of Sparta, Datis felt afraid. He was worried that he would not be able to escape when the Dionysian army attacked Sparta's territory in the future. So he used the excuse of supervising and coordinating Persia's transport of mercenaries and supplies to Sparta. In the end, he ran to Corinth, and because the first fleet of Dionia attacked Corinth port, he felt uneasy and soon came to Athens. Congratulations, General. Your proposal has finally been passed at the assembly. Datis congratulated Callistratus. Callistratus said seriously, You're mistaken. This proposal was made by the executive committee of the generals. It's the common will of the majority of the citizens of Athens. At this point, he smiled, I believe that your king will be very happy when he learns of this news. That's hard to say, Datis said insincerely. The king of Persia hopes that Greece can maintain peace. If he learns that a major war will break out here again, I'm afraid that the peace treaty of Callias that he has worked so hard to urge you to sign will not be implemented. I'm afraid he will be very angry. Callistratus sat up straight, looked at Datis with a sharp gaze, and said seriously, Let's all speak the truth. Didn't the king of Persia ask the Greek city-states to sign the treaty because he wanted us to join forces to defend against Ionia? And now, his wish is being fulfilled. The Greek city-states are forming an alliance to fight against the invading Dionysian army. I believe that if you report this news to the king of Persia, he will be very happy and will reward you greatly. Datis did not respond, but he could not help but show a slight smile on his face. Callistratus continued, But if this newly formed alliance is defeated by the Dionia and the Dionia takes control of Greece, I think it will not be a good thing for Persia. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the king of Persia will. Datis's face immediately darkened. What do you mean by that? Don't misunderstand. Callistratus said with a sincere expression, I just want to tell you that the interests of Persia, Athens, and you and I are the same when it comes to defeating the Dionia. Athens needs your help. Datis was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled meaningfully. What help can a small messenger like me give to Athens? In the few days that you have been in Athens, I believe that you have learned that we are facing financial difficulties. The treasury is short of money and cannot provide sufficient funds for the army. Without money, we cannot build an army. Even if the other city-states join this alliance, if they see that Athens has not taken any action, I'm afraid that they will hesitate. If this situation drags on, the situation will only be advantageous to Dionia. Isn't the reason why the king of Persia hopes that the Greek city-states will unite to defend against Ionia precisely because Dionia has the strength to pose a threat to Persia? Now that Dionia has discovered our intentions, they will definitely send more troops to Greece. Sparta was previously defeated in the Battle of Leuctra, and now that they have lost Messenia, their strength has been greatly weakened. Even with your help, I don't think they will be a match for the Dionysian army. Now, the only one who can rally the Greek city-states and defend Greece is us, Athens. Therefore, we hope to receive the full support of Persia, not only in gold and silver, but also in the navy. Callistratus said earnestly in a deep voice, "We currently lack warships and cannot fight against the Dionysian fleet. Once we start a war with Dionia, Dionia's fleet will inevitably blockade Serone's Bay. It will be very difficult for Athens to obtain war supplies from outside, so we need the support of Persia's navy. As long as Persia fully supports Athens, I promise you that Athens will make Greece a solid fortress against Ionia." Datis looked at the somewhat emotional Callistratus and could not help but gasp. Athens wants to replace Sparta. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Datis fell into deep thought. Callistratus didn't rush him. He just waited quietly. After a long time, Datis said, "I will convey your request to His Majesty as soon as possible. Considering your current financial difficulties, I can first take a portion of the funds that His Majesty has allocated to Sparta so that you can build an army as soon as possible. But first, I need to see the sincerity of Athens." "What sincerity?" "First, send some citizen soldiers to Peloponnesus to help Sparta." Callistratus thought for a moment, then said, "I will have to discuss this matter with the other generals first, and then let the council discuss it before I can give you an answer. But I think it should not be a big problem." "All right, then it's settled. I hope that Athens and Sparta will work together to defeat the Dionia and return peace to Greece," Datis said sternly. Suddenly, he remembered something. His Majesty may agree to other requests of Athens, but regarding the assistance of Persia's navy, you have to be mentally prepared. His Majesty may not agree." "Why?" Callistratus was a little puzzled. During the Corinth War, in order to suppress Sparta, the governor of Pharia, Pharnabazus, asked Canaan to lead the Persia fleet to attack Sparta. Later, Canaan left the warships in Athens without permission, and the king of Persia did not seem to pursue the matter. This showed that the king of Persia was generous and understanding. He was willing to invest heavily in critical moments. Because Persia will have a major military operation soon, and we cannot do without the navy. "What military operation?" Callistratus's heart skipped a beat. "You will know soon." In a house on the northern coast of Kizura, the Sicarian was holding a military meeting. Chapter 1191. This outstanding officer of the First Fleet placed his hands on his hips and looked at the officers of the B fleets under his command. Then he said in a deep and arrogant voice, "We receive a letter from Prince Clotocatax the day before yesterday. They're not in a good situation right now. The Greek city-states are preparing to unite and oppose us, Dionia. If the army on land can't defeat Sparta as soon as possible, it is likely that they will be surrounded by the Greeks. But now that Sparta has received help from Persia, their strength has increased, and the young prince does not dare to attack recklessly. That is why he wrote to us for help. Now that the main forces of Sparta have been attracted to Tegea, the defense in their territory has been greatly weakened. It is the best time for the first flotilla to re-land on the coast of Sparta, capture Sparta, and create the glory of our navy. I asked you to go back and think for a day yesterday. How is it? Have you come up with a good idea?" As soon as he finished speaking, the commander of the infantry of the First Fleet, Cephodorus, stood up and said resolutely, "My lord, I have a way to let our infantry successfully land on land and avenge our brothers who died last time. Tell me about it." Sakirian looked at his infantry commander with a gratified expression. He was glad that the commander's fighting spirit did not weaken because of the previous failure. "I think there are a few reasons why the last landing failed." Cephalodorus's deep voice was tinged with regret. "First, we underestimated the enemy. Although the Spartans suffered consecutive defeats, they still have a certain level of strength. We all saw that day that Sparta had at least 5,000 heavy infantry engaged in battle. Our fleet's infantry are all in light armor. How can we fight them head-on? According to the letter just sent by the army, at least 6,000 Sparta soldiers have left their territory and gone to Tegea. Most of them are heavy infantry. This way, the next time we land on land, we will face a lot less pressure. Secondly, Sparta had set up a lot of wooden stakes near the coast, making it impossible for our warships to approach the coast. We could only use small boats to transport soldiers to land. Our entire fleet, including the clippers, had less than 100 ships, and each ship could only transport 20 soldiers at most. It was impossible to transport a large number of soldiers to the coast at once. While our infantrymen could only land on the shore in a loose formation, the Sparta army had already formed a dense phalanx and attacked the soldiers who landed on the shore. They quickly defeated us. As far as I know, the B squadrons have been collecting cargo ships from all over the place. I heard that there are more than 200 of them. This greatly increases our ability to send troops to the coast in one go. In addition, the infantrymen of our fleet have also come up with an idea. They can disembark at a place further away from the coast where the water is still deeper. Then they can wait there until the second and third batches of soldiers arrive. After that, they can rendezvous with their comrades and assemble into a phalanx. Then they can march to the coast together. But what if the Sparta attack while our soldiers are still waiting? One of the B squadrons asked. Also, the soldiers will lose a lot of stamina if they stand in the water for too long. Cephalodorus smiled confidently. My infantrymen are all good swimmers and are good at fighting in the water. I can't ask for more if the Sparta want to fight in the sea. As for standing in the water for too long, it was true that they would lose some stamina. However, it was still better than having a small number of people and hastily launching an attack before they could even get into formation. Also, we weren't familiar with the sea conditions of Legania last time. During the landing, the wind and waves suddenly became stronger, and the cannons on the warships couldn't aim accurately. That's why we couldn't help the infantrymen of our fleet. I believe that this situation won't happen again. Sakirian listened attentively. When Cephalodorus suddenly stopped talking, he quickly asked, "Is that all?" Cephalodorus straightened his chest and said loudly, "Of course not. I suggest that you change your strategy when attacking Sparta this time. It's best if you can use the strategy that His Majesty the Devers used during the Battle of the Trionta River. Send a small group of soldiers to cross the river first, and then attack with the main force." The Battle of the Trionta River? Sakirian eyes lit up as he thought carefully. "Do you have any specific measures?" "I've been carefully surveying the entire coast of Sparta's territory for the past few days." Cephalodorus pointed at the simple map of Sparta's territory on the wooden table and said, "The center is the focus of Sparta's defense, and it's also the focus of our infantrymen's attack. The promontory on the west is an extension of the Taygetos Mountains. There's no place for us to land, but Sparta still hasn't let down their guard there. They have to be wary of our sneak attack in Messenia. The promontory on the east is an extension of the Parnon Mountains, and it's narrower than the one on the west. There's also no place for us to land, but Sparta rarely patrol this area. Now that the main force of Sparta has been transferred to Tegea, they don't have enough people to defend the east. I have a few spots that I have my eyes on. I have a few spots in mind. We can choose soldiers who are good at climbing to swim there, climb over the rocks, climb up the cliffs, and then lower the ropes so that the soldiers can climb to the promontory. I think the mountains are high and the forests are dense enough to hide 200 to 300 soldiers in a short period of time without being discovered. On the second day, our main force will attack from the front, and they will attack from the side and rear of the Spartans. We will definitely be able to defeat the Spartans. I think this is a good idea. it could be implemented. Securian immediately expressed his support. Let's follow Cephalodorus' suggestion and come up with a new landing plan. Everyone, give your suggestions and perfect it. We must succeed in the next landing battle. Xenophon was old and did not have much sleep, so he woke up early. After washing up and eating the breakfast specially prepared by the servants, he left Agesilaus' mansion. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and there were already scattered candlelight in Sparta. In the past, there would be many black rovers carrying farming tools on the streets, rushing to work in the fields. However, there were very few people at this time of the day. The occasional barking of dogs was particularly clear in this quiet town. However, as Xenophon walked on this quiet street, he was interrogated 3 times by fully armed Sparta warriors who came out of nowhere. Xenophon responded by going out for morning exercises. The people of Sparta were founded on martial arts. They were proud of their strong bodies and ashamed of being fat. Therefore, the citizens of Sparta received training from a young age and continued to exercise according to their own habits when they were old. This was almost a tradition. Although Xenophon was not a citizen of Sparta, he had lived in Sparta's territory for decades and had the same habits as the people of Sparta. In addition, he was not only the hero of 2 expeditions to Persia, but he had also participated in the wars between Sparta and other Greek city-states many times, making countless contributions. He also wrote books that were filled with praise for Sparta's system of government and traditions. Therefore, he was an honored guest of Sparta and enjoyed quite a bit of popularity among the citizens of Sparta. Moreover, when Sparta faced a crisis this time, he took the initiative to stay in Sparta and was willing to fight alongside the people of Sparta. This made the people even more grateful. Therefore, not only did the Sparta warriors on duty not make things difficult for him, but they also kindly reminded him to be careful during his morning exercises and not to stray too far from the city to avoid accidents. Strictly speaking, Sparta was not a city. Although there were many shrines, houses, and a large population, it did not have city walls. The closer one went to the center, the more houses there were, and the further one went to the periphery, the fewer houses there were. When he saw the fields in the east and west, it meant that Xenophon had already left the city. Xenophon quickly walked south along the road on the east bank of the Eurotas River. After more than 3 hours, the sky was already bright. His legs were sore, and he saw countless tents in front of him. He knew that he had arrived at his destination. When the people of Sparta received the news that the Dionysian army had invaded Messenia by sea, under Agesilaus' suggestion, they shifted the focus of their defense to the coast. They built a camp on the coast and placed the main force of the mobilized army there. At the same time, they also organized a large number of Pariasis and Helots to work with the warriors to nail stakes and build sentry towers near the coast. It was because of this series of decisive measures that the Sparta army successfully thwarted the landing of the people of Dionia. This camp by the coast had no walls or trenches. This was because it served the purpose of the warriors to rest and prepare for battle at any time. It was not intended to be a fortress. Once the Dionia army successfully landed, it would be meaningless for the Sparta warriors to stay in the camp, because everyone knew that Sparta had no city walls. The Dionysian army could bypass the camp and directly attack Sparta. That would be a disaster for Sparta. Therefore, instead of fortifying the camp, it was better to spend time on the facilities to prevent the Dionia fleet from landing. Xenophon saw groups of Sparta warriors lying outside the tents, basking in the sun, and some gathered together, happily playing a ball game unique to Sparta. Seeing this, Xenophon temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why the Sparta warriors dared to be so relaxed was that there had been no signs of the enemy so far today. Yesterday, the warships of Dionia had approached the coast on a large scale, and the army in the camp was preparing for battle urgently. Perhaps it was because they saw that Sparta was heavily guarded, and the warships of Dionia finally left after a long stalemate at the coast. Chapter 1192. Xenophon strolled over, and the Sparta warriors greeted him when they saw him. Xenophon, you're here again. Don't worry, old man. With us guarding here, the Dionia people won't be able to come ashore. You old people over 60 can rest at home. I say, Xenophon, the reason you come here every day is not because you're afraid that we can't defend the coast, but because you're afraid that we'll capture a lot of Dionia captives and not give them to you. Ha ha. Xenophon was not annoyed by the joking of the warriors. He smiled and said, Do I need you to send me captives? I'll catch them myself. No, you won't have the chance. A Sparta warrior joked. The Council of Elders has decreed that old people over 60 can only stay at home. As a last resort, I think you'd better go back to the city to hear our good news. The soldiers roared with laughter again. Xenophon liked this atmosphere. He could feel the confidence of the warriors in defeating a powerful enemy. So he patted his chest and said loudly, Although I'm over 60 years old, I'm not any worse than you young people. If you don't believe me, come out and fight me. As he spoke, he lifted his clothes and got into a wrestling stance. The warriors booed and pushed each other, but no one was willing to stand up and fight him. They all felt that it was embarrassing to fight an old man. At this moment, a loud bugle sounded in the camp. Enemy alert! The warriors reminded each other loudly and quickly ran back to their tents. Soon, they put on their armor, picked up their shields and spears, and lined up in groups of 10 in front of the tents. Then, under the leadership of the team officer, they ran out of the camp and ran to the coast. In just a quarter of an hour, Xenophon's surroundings became empty. He could not help but sigh. If only the Sparta army defending the coast were all warriors like this. Unfortunately, there were only about 300 young and strong Sparta warriors here. Although there were more than 500 old Sparta warriors between 50 and 60 years old who were not weak in combat, they were assigned to the camp as team officers among the Pariasis and Heliaoth. So as Xenophon moved on, he saw the old warriors shouting and the Pyrrhiasian soldiers and helots scurrying about in disheveled armor. He furrowed his brows and quickened his pace. He passed through the camp and stood on a higher ground, looking forward. Under the sunlight, the tide was still glistening. Apart from the flying seabirds, it looked very calm. There seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. However, Xenophon did not let his guard down. Sparta had built several 5-meter-tall sentry towers by the sea, and the sentries on the top of the towers would naturally discover the enemy before he did. Sure enough, after a while, some small black dots appeared at the farthest point of his vision. Not long after, the black dots turned into sails, and then into warships. Then, they quickly covered the surface of the sea in front of him, heading straight for the bay where he was. During this process, groups of Sparta soldiers ran to the seaside one after another. Under the command of the team officers, they lined up in an arc-shaped formation along the flat shore. The warships of Dionia stopped less than a mile away from the coast. They lined up in a row, lowered their sails, dropped their anchors, and tried their best to stay in place. This scene was not much different from yesterday. Could it be another feint by the Dionysian fleet? Xenophon was puzzled. Then, he saw many small boats without sails between the tall 3-decker Dionia warships. There were many soldiers on the boats. Taking advantage of the high tide, the boats pushed by the tide and the shallow draft of the water allowed them to cross the underwater barricades and continue to sail towards the coast. This time, the Dionia were really going to disembark. Xenophon was shocked. The Sparta commander on the coast apparently also noticed the enemy's intention. The bugle sounded again. Hundreds of Pelias-sized sailors rushed to the dozen or so small and medium-sized warships anchored on the beach and pushed them into the sea. Sparta suffered a crushing defeat in the naval battle with Athens last year. There were still more than 20 warships anchored in Laconia Bay. When the Dionysian fleet arrived, they had to push all of them ashore to prevent them from being completely destroyed. In order to prevent the Dionia warships from docking, the Sparta people deliberately set up a large number of wooden barricades in the sea more than 100 meters away from the shore to ensure that their warships could also participate in the defense. In the last battle to stop the Dionia from disembarking, the Sparta warships played a significant role. This time, it was the same old trick. These Sparta warships were pushed away from the shore. Under the hard rowing of the sailors, they were ready to face the small Dionia boats that were sailing towards the coast. However, The Dionia boats at the front stopped about 200 meters away from the shore. The fleet infantrymen carrying leather shields, leather helmets, and short swords jumped off the boat. The depth of the sea here was more than 2 meters, but the soldiers did not need to waste energy treading on the water all the time. The dense barricades became their help. All they needed to do was to gently hold on to them, and they could stay in place to rest. The Peliasai sailors were surprised to find that after the Dionia soldiers jumped into the sea, they had been staying in place, and the small boats began to return. If they wanted to attack the Dionia soldiers floating on the sea, they would have to pass through the dense barricades, which was undoubtedly more difficult. Just as they were hesitating, they suddenly saw dozens of small black spots flying up from the Dionia warships in the distance. "It's the Dionia's ballista." "Hide!" a crew member exclaimed. "Don't worry too much. It's too far away. They can't hit us at all." A crew member comforted them. The last time the Dionia landed on the shore, they used ballistic cannons, but they barely caused any damage to the Sparta warships. Therefore, most of the crew members were not too worried. However, dozens of stone bullets whizzed over and landed on the top of the 2 Spartan battleships that were closest to them. While water splashed into the air, 8 or 9 stone bullets accurately hit the hull of the battleships. Boom! Boom! Amidst the loud noise, some stone bullets hit the mast, and some smashed through the deck. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the crew members screamed and screamed. Just when the 2 warships were in a state of panic, dozens of stone bullets whizzed over and landed more precisely around the 2 warships that were almost motionless. Soon, the masts were broken and the hulls began to capsize. After learning from last time's experience and brainstorming by the commanders of the B squadrons, he specifically chose today, when the wind and waves were calmer, as the day of attack. He no longer scattered the 40 ballistic cannons he borrowed from the land army across the 40 warships. Instead, he had the 5 Raven warships closest to the center of the coast move horizontally toward each other and connect them with the Raven suspension bridge. The 40 ballistic cannons were then concentrated on the decks of these 5 warships. Under unified command, they would use the smallest type of stone bullets. This would increase the range and concentrate their attacks on a single target instead of fighting separately like last time. This greatly increased the accuracy of the ballistic cannons. The confidence of the Dionia ballistic cannons was greatly boosted after the first 2 volleys of ballistic cannons hit the enemy's warships. Under the command of the squad officer, they concentrated their attacks on the scattered Sparta warships, one by one. The commander of the defense of the Spartan territory was Eudamidas, the brother of Phobidas and a general with outstanding military achievements. At this moment, he was standing on the shore and paying close attention to the enemy situation. He did not expect that the Dionysian soldiers would go into the sea so far away from the shore and stop at the sea area where the wooden stakes were blocking the ships. They converged with the soldiers on the small boats that kept coming from behind. Be it the warships or the archers on the watchtowers on the shore, they could not attack them for the time being. He also did not expect the ballistic cannons on the Dionia warships to be so accurate today. Less than half an hour after the Sparta warships left the beach, 7 or 8 warships were either sunk or destroyed beyond use. Eudamidas had no choice but to order the remaining warships to be stranded on the beach. Unexpectedly, he saw the ballistic cannons of Dionia firing again. This time, the target was no longer the warships, but the Sparta soldiers on the shore. He shouted anxiously, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" After all, they had experienced this the last time when they landed on the shore. The soldiers behaved calmly. They looked at the direction where the ballista was coming from and quickly spread out to avoid it. The loud ballista fell one after another, causing sand and sand to fly everywhere, but it did not cause any casualties. However, when the ballistic cannons of Dionia turned to attack the other troops on the shore, there was an immediate commotion, resulting in casualties. Under such circumstances, Eudamidas had no choice but to order all troops retreat out of the range of the ballista. As a result, there was a distance of about 100 meters between the front line of the Sparta army and the beach. Eudamidas made up his mind. Once he found out that the enemy was about to go ashore, he would quickly lead the army to rush up and engage the enemy in battle. Since the two sides were so close together, the ballistic cannons would naturally be useless. Just when he was having a headache over the new landing tactics of the Dionysian army, he received two pieces of bad news in a row. The Lagonda Pass fortress was fiercely attacked by thousands of Dionysius soldiers from the west. At the same time, many Dionysius soldiers also appeared on the coastal path of the western cape of the Lagonia Bay. They were trying to take down the southern fortress of Port-Itian. Since Agesilaus led the main force north and Messenia had been relatively peaceful, there were less than 100 soldiers guarding these two important defensive positions, and most of them were pariahs.